We'll be conducting tonight's meeting here in City Hall Council chambers, as well as virtually using Zoom. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting tonight on Wave Channel 818 and online through the city's YouTube channel. If you would like to participate in live public comment via the Zoom platform, please refer to the agenda for instructions. Pastor Mark Andriotta will be giving the invocation this evening, and Mayor Joyner will begin the meeting immediately after.
We on? Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for inviting me. Just a quick reflection. I also teach government at Roseville High School for the last 23 years. And I always start off my class with a lesson on creating the perfect government. And there's 3 criteria it has to meet. It has to be omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. And so at the conclusion, they have to come up with a government that has all 3 of those things. And basically it comes down to, well, it's impossible unless God were ruling things. But in reflecting on yesterday and 9/11, and I think about what America does have, the ability to address our leaders directly, the ability to bring our cares, our grievances, our praise, whatever we want to do. We have this forum to do it. And I am so blessed to live in a country that will allow that. And I'm glad that we have citizens that will show up and air their grievances, that will come with their problems, and a board and the council is willing to listen. And it may not always be agreeable, but at least we have the opportunity. And I just thank you all for that. And I'm glad that we live in a country that has that. Father, we give you our land, our homes, our labor, our city, and we look on your favor to our community. We ask that you protect our citizens, give our leaders wisdom, and enrich our community so that we may be a blessing to others, that we may be a city on a hill, Father, that Lincoln could be a place in where people look at us and say, that's how it's supposed to work. It may not always be agreeable. It may not always make everybody happy, but Lord, at least we get a chance to confront, to converse. And Father, I just praise you for your presence in our lives. I pray that you would be honored and lifted up in our community. And again, I pray for all those who come tonight, Lord, that you would just give them a voice to speak clear. And I pray that the council would have ears to listen, and a blessing on all those that are here. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. All right. Good evening and welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting for September 12th, 2023. This is also a meeting of the Lincoln Redevelopment Successor Agency and the Lincoln Public Financing Authority. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Gwen, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Councilmember Andriotta.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Carl Skint. Councilmember Lauritsen.
Here.
And Mayor Joyner.
Here. Item 3, report from closed session.
There is no
Christine.
reportable action, Mayor.
Thank you. Dan Katana, would you mind leading us in the pledge? Dan? It's on you. You.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dan. Sorry to put you on the spot. All right, item 5, agenda modifications. Does staff have any requests for modifications? Anyone from council? We move on to presentations. We have quite a few tonight, so we'll try to move swiftly through them. Item 6A. John, are you here tonight? John Sutcliffe? You are, good. All right. John asked that we put this on the agenda for tonight, and I thought it would be a very good idea to do that. So let me go ahead and read this proclamation to you. A proclamation from the City of Lincoln City Council declaring September to be National Service Dog Month. Whereas we believe in the joy, transformative power of human and canine bonds and inclusivity of all citizens. Whereas in the United States, 64 million adults and children have a disability and only 16,000 service dogs from accredited training programs exist nationwide, and the need is growing. Whereas Canine Companions is a nonprofit organization that enhances the lives of people with disabilities by providing expertly trained service dogs and ongoing support to ensure quality partnerships. Whereas Canine Companions and their service dogs empower people with disabilities to lead life with greater independence by providing best-in-class training, ongoing follow-up service, and deeply committed community of support. Whereas National Service Dog Month aims to educate our community about the benefits of service dogs and the laws protecting them. Whereas the City of Lincoln continues to work toward becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens and their service dogs are embraced. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that in recognition of service dogs and the adults and children with disabilities in our community, I, Paul Joyner, the Mayor of Lincoln, and the Lincoln City Council do hereby proclaim September to be National Service Dog Month. I encourage all citizens to celebrate task-trained dogs, service dogs, and be respectful of the rights afforded to the adults, children, and veterans who lead more independent lives because of their assistance. Can I get a motion on this, please?
I second.
I have a
Wonderful.
motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, abstain? All right.
We can do all of us if they want. Oh, that's so great. I think that deserves an applause. That was great.
Item 6B, annual mosquito and vector control update. Megan.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. I'm Megan Lovano. I'm the Public Information Officer at Placer Mosquito and Vector Control District. I'm here to provide our annual update and really just a season update of what's going on in our county right now as it pertains to mosquitoes and West Nile virus. So I like to go over this every time I come out here, just to brief who we are and what we do. We're a special district. We're governed by California mosquito and vector control law. We have a 7-member board of trustees. Our representative from Lincoln is Peter Gilbert. He's been on our board for quite a few years now. We have 25 full-time staff members, and we also hire seasonal employees and interns over the summer when we have our really busy mosquito West Nile virus months. And then everything we do, we follow integrated vector management, and all of our programs fall within that bucket. So we have vector and disease surveillance, adult and larval mosquito control, outreach, which is my job, and then applied research. So this is just a quick look at what we saw from the county, the entire county, when it came to public service requests. We have a public problem report system where anyone through the county can actually report a problem as it pertains to mosquitoes, ticks, yellow jackets, standing water throughout the county, and we respond to those requests. So in August, we saw a really high spike in dead bird reports. Those reports actually go through the state, westnile.ca.gov. We ask the public to submit dead bird reports because a lot of times if those dead birds are testing positive for West Nile virus, that's an indication that we have West Nile virus circulating in our county. So again, that's a really high number that we're seeing, and I'll go into stats a little bit more that we're seeing with West Nile virus right now. And we are seeing record numbers in our county and in the state. This is a graph specific to what we got from Lincoln Public Service requests for the months of January through September. Obviously, January, February, March is pretty light, but we are seeing a really high amount of dead birds and then also mosquitoes and standing water. Standing water requests are always usually pretty high because people are looking to get mosquito fish for their ponds. That's another free service we offer to Placer County. If you have standing water, not just ponds, but water troughs or water features on your property, our technicians will come out, they'll do a property inspection, see if that water source is good for mosquito fish, and they'll actually place mosquito fish in your pond or water source, and they eat mosquito larvae off the top of water. So this is the most up-to-date information on West Nile virus, and the numbers in here are now outdated from when I submitted my PowerPoint, but I have new numbers as of just a few hours ago. So we detected West Nile virus this summer about the normal time, June 21st, in a mosquito sample in dead bird in West Park. That's the West Roseville neighborhood, closer to the agricultural areas. That's pretty normal for us. That's a normal location and a normal time of year. However, we've seen a really high number of dead birds and mosquitoes testing positive for West Nile virus. So as of just a few hours ago, we actually have seen 172 positive mosquito pools, 40 positive dead birds, and then 2 human cases that have been reported in our county. Both the human cases are out of Roseville area. These are record high numbers for our county compared to 2018. And the only reason why they're different than the high numbers we saw in 2018 is some of our reporting changed that year. So if we're looking back at our data, this is one of the highest years we've seen in the county for West Nile virus, and that's kind of what we're seeing in the state. We are doing control treatments, but as we start to transition into fall and temperatures come down a lot lower overnight, we are going to see less West Nile virus, and then control treatments aren't as successful. We are still asking the public to submit dead bird reports. That goes through the state website, westnile.ca.gov. And then those get sent over to our district. We go out, collect the dead birds, and test them at our site in Roseville. Invasive Aedes has been spreading throughout the state since 2013, but we did detect them in Roseville in 2019. And invasive Aedes is a different species of mosquitoes than the West Nile virus spreading mosquito. These mosquitoes are not native to our area. There's Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus. We've only found Aedes aegypti in Roseville. These mosquitoes have the ability of transmitting diseases like Zika, dengue, chikungunya, and yellow fever, although we don't have those diseases circulating in Placer County right now. They are a concern because they are extremely aggressive biters and they're very hard to find. Their eggs are smaller than a grain of rice, and they need little to, barely any water for their eggs to survive. So we have been detecting them again this year in the Roseville neighborhoods of Cresthaven, Hillcrest, and Cherry Glen. Those are kind of in that old Roseville neighborhood. We are continually looking for them throughout the county. We haven't found them in any other locations in the past few months. Earlier in this season, we did find some in Granite Bay. We're going to continue to look for them and do our best to eradicate them. But now that they've been found in Roseville for multiple years in multiple life stages, we do consider them endemic, and we're in a management phase now. Throughout the entire state, that's kind of been the story when invasive Aedes are being found. Really important for the public to help us out. We are asking the public to continue to protect themselves from mosquito bites. That is your best protection from getting West Nile virus. And then for invasive Aedes mosquitoes, although we don't have those diseases circulating, your best protection is getting rid of all standing water completely on your property. No water is the best way forward. So again, use an EPA registered repellent. That's repellents with ingredients like DEET or picaridin. On the back of the repellent that you buy, look for that EPA registered number. That means that it has ingredients that are going to be better at preventing mosquito bites than other repellents. dump and drain standing water. And then again, give our district a call, an email, a about information form if you have any questions. This is really important. So this summer we did do an urban aerial spray in Lincoln. We heard a lot from the community because it was a low flying plane at night. And there was a glitch that our treatment notification didn't go to our website. The information was sent out. We have almost 3,000 people on our email list. But I really encourage people to sign up for not just our treatment updates, but our district news updates. We send out an email monthly with what's going on in regards to mosquitoes, ticks, and yellow jackets in our county. And it has really rich information about what people can do to protect themselves and also what we're doing at the district to help protect our community. So again, I really encourage the public to sign up for those emails. That's placermosquito.org/treatment updates. And you can sign up for not only treatment updates, but our district news and invasive Aedes information. So that's all for me. I tried to keep it short. I know you got a lot of presentations on your docket today. So if there are any questions, I can answer those now.
You did great. I appreciate it.
Megan,
Yes.
is your briefing on the website?
This presentation, I believe is in the board packet and was emailed to you, but I can,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
I just wondered for the public, for the Lincoln public, if it was on the website.
Yeah, I can add this to our website.
I would appreciate it. if you
Yeah,
did.
all of the most up-to-date West Nile virus information is on our homepage. So as soon as you go to placermosquito.org, up at the top, you'll see there's different pages for kind of our hot topics, West Nile virus, invasive Aedes, reporting a problem, and treatment updates. But on our homepage, scroll down, you'll have all the latest numbers on West Nile virus cases in our county.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you. That was very, very good.
Thank
So-
you.
So Megan, I'm curious, and actually this question originates with my mother-in-law, who has a rice farm off west of town. You sprayed last year using drones. And this year with an aircraft. She's seeing, and we're seeing, frankly, in Lincoln, I think, a remarkable difference between the two. Is the drone being used in a more focused manner these days?
So we still have our drone program and it's definitely expanding. We've been doing a lot of research on how effective our drone is at treating different areas. We also have to go through a lot of authorizations to be able to use the drone in that way. The airplane that we do use has already had all those verifications. So last year we still did use the plane in the agricultural areas. The drone was only used for more cryptic sources that are very hard to get either by airplane or by foot. So we're still using it in that manner.
I'd be curious, I'm kind of going the weeds a little bit here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of organic rice farmers out there. How do they prevent spraying on that organic crop? Do they register that with you? How does that work?
Yes, so we do two different types of aerial treatments in the summer. One is for conventional rice and one is for organic rice. There's a specific pesticide that we are allowed to use for organic farms that's below the limit of considering something not organic. And that's an EPA registered pesticide that we use. Yes,
All right. Thank you.
all right.
Much
thank you.
appreciated. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
All right, we move on to item 6C, Richmond America update on Independence Development. Jeff?
Well, thank you and good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to meet with you folks. We've had the opportunity to talk with Mr. Scully and Ms. Andriotta and Will Foote have been helping us out. We're going to run through our progress here. I'm going to try and follow Megan's lead, recognizing your agenda and move quickly here. What I want to do first is just introduce the Northern California Division team. And with me tonight, I've got John Bayless, our division president. My name's Jeff Randolph. I'm the EVP of operations here in NorCal. Corinne John, our director of home care, and Ruben Gamboa, senior home care rep, who's helping us out in our Revere community. The Revere community is comprised of Thomas Antolin, our home care rep. We have Tim Cartwright, our superintendent, Dylan, assistant superintendent, and then Carla and Nicole are our sales team out there. Our intent is to provide a great customer experience. Part of why we're here tonight is some of our customers have not experienced that. So we're here to demonstrate what we're trying to do to make sure that we're meeting those expectations. So I thought quickly, we're going to just walk through a couple things and give you a progression of where we're at, some housekeeping, what the construction status is there currently. We're on our last several homes that we're starting out there and what our commitment is, as well as some data to share what our progress has been and how we're communicating with the community. Since this is a presentation, if there's questions, we can certainly answer them, but we'll let you guys guide that. So this is a map of the Revere community. And what I've done here is highlighted what our progress is. So one of the things that has happened here is we built not in a linear or line building phase. So much of our challenges have been within Lexington Court, where we're creating an environment where we're building right next to occupied homes and people that have to drive through a construction zone every day. So those lots that you see, home sites in orange, all are slated to be done here by mid-late November. We should be off of Lexington by certainly the 1st of December. Our next phase you can see is up on Patriot Drive, running up through Trenton Court. All of those houses are under construction. And then the last phase, which should be done by the end of the first quarter 2024, is moving through Livingston Court adjacent to our models. So one of the easy things for us to control out there is just, again, making sure that we are paying attention to being good neighbors, getting temporary generators, making sure trash is contained and our trades are following their responsibilities for cleanup, that we're putting material in the correct area and having a daily cleanup. I think we've done, had good progress in that area. We had a June 25th neighborhood community meeting, and what we all agreed to do there, that was a rather contentious meeting. At that point, it was the first time we'd all gotten together, but we all agreed to pick a place to start. I mean, understanding that people have concerns, but we also have to establish how are we going to move through this, progress in an orderly manner, obviously prioritize life safety and emergency requests first, and ultimately prioritize customers that have the longest aging items. Those people that have been waiting the longest, in theory, should be the first to be served. Address and resolve warrantable issues. Be respectful and courteous while we're working within the neighborhood. Again, we kind of talked about that with the housekeeping, and ultimately utilize the Richmond American warranty portal. So part of where the first, what I would say, disconnect is we were not explicitly following our customer experience touch points. So we had people that, instead of using the system, lost faith in the system. We had turnover, we had material supply issues, all these things that are not uncommon with what we were building. And folks would come in with emails and texts, and we just did not have a good response system to that. So part of that in creating some guardrails for that is use the system. By doing that, we've seen an increase in our warranty ticket counts, but we're actually able to solve it at that point and get the stuff through the system. And ultimately, we wanted to communicate and respond in a timely manner. We've been working with Will, making sure that we're sharing with him the communication that we've been having with the customers as a function of that. Coming out of the June 25th meeting, what we agreed to do is meet our contractual obligations, and that's first and foremost and primary. We have an obligation to warrant the warrantable stuff that a customer may have. We want to make sure, again, that our trade partners who are subcontracted to us are also meeting their respective obligations, move through in an orderly and timely progression. So in our customer experience touch points, the first, there's 15 of them. So some of the early on, let's like a frame walk with the customer. Some of these just simply didn't happen. And those are a point to set expectations, and we failed to do that. And that's also created where some of the concerns are just a function of people not understanding what is happening in that house at any given point. So the CET 10, our customer experience 10, is the guided home tour. So that's when we walk the house, we deliver it. In this community, we had several houses that were turned over. As an example, maybe they had 15 items on their final walkthrough, and 12 of them got finished and 3 of them were left over. In some instances, those 3 items have now compounded into 50 other items, right? So part of that is we just did a poor job of closing that out. And we're working through that. And that's the most important piece, because that's our contractual obligation, is to make sure that what you closed with, what was noted on your guided home tour, has to be complete. And then obviously subsequent to that is any post-closing open service items. So our intent is to provide that service with our warranty obligations. The other thing that we've done is reestablish the remaining customer experience touch points. So the CET 10 is the guided home walkthrough. The CET 11 is the closeout of that list. And then you have a 12, 13, and 14, and those are intervals at 1 month post-close, 5 months post-close, and 10 months post-close. So what we're doing is making sure that our customers know we're not going anywhere. So one of the things in previous council meetings is it's a one-man show out there, which is not the case. We have a full force of the division, the company, and our trade partners working out there diligently to move through that. And also, we're going to catch these other touch points. So a lot of it, again, we have some cosmetic aesthetic things that are just simply not urgent or immediate. We're asking for patience while we work on the oldest stuff first. But there's these specific time points that roll up where we're reaching out to check in at 5 and 10 months. So we've been working on confirming those touch points and then demonstrating progress, ultimately providing post-close service, again, consistent with what our contractual obligations are. So in measuring that progress, we utilize, like a lot of large builders, BuildPro, Hyphen Solutions, Supply Pro, for all of our warranty, all of our scheduling, all of our purchase orders. So it's imperative that the information get in the system so that we can distribute that to the individual trades and then hold them responsible through the open items within the search. Don't know why that just flashed like that. So this, I don't know how well you're going to see it. So I'll just kind of do my best because I can't see it very well either. But this shows you a progression from when we really started to measure that data. So in mid-June, we clearly knew we had some concerns out there, which is what precipitated the June 25th meeting. As you start to track this data, we have a number of tickets. So a ticket will come in, and a ticket can be comprised of multiple items, right? So you could have 5 or 10 things within a given ticket. We've tried to, again, educate and set expectations of, if you have several things, bunch them together. Sending in one ticket at a time makes it a little bit more laborious. It's not that we can't track it, but in these tickets, what you can see is a progression where our ticket count went up. And I think that's a function, again, of folks embracing and using the system as we requested they do. And then they started to fall. So this was as of September 7th, the latest data we had. We'll get newly received, assignment to the rep, contacting homeowners, ones that are on hold, and we're using that more in an administrative function just to capture some stuff, but then in progress. And then, obviously the metric of over 30 days, you can see where those tickets are. And these have been coming down. When you look at life of job in the community, there was over 2,000 warranty items. So those are individual items, not specific tickets. We've completed 1,500. There's 515 current warranty items, total warranty tickets. So these can be comprised of multiple items, 745, 591 completed life of job. And the averaged age days is something that we're watching carefully. So we have the metrics here to make sure that we're moving forward and we're clearing these items and communicating. that number at 49.7 in most of our communities. And this is an anomaly. This is something that got away in a community. We have over 30 communities in Northern California, and most of those are averaging somewhere between 25 and 28 days. So there's room to improve there. Of the completed CET 11, so that's people that have moved in, there's 91 total homes in warranty out there at this time in the community. And we have about probably 16 to 18 left to close. 48 have been completed and we have 11 outstanding. So this gives you an example of ticket count by type. This shows you the individual customer touch points, the CET 13 at 30 days, the CET 15 at 5 months, and the CET 14 at 10 months. Much of this has just been lumped into warranty in a general basis. What we're trying to do is drive it back into those touch points so that it's happening at a predictable and measurable level. So people don't just need to send stuff all the time, right? So we're working through that. When you look at the count by ticket item category, there's a disproportionate piece in windows. We're working with the window supplier. We've been replacing some sliding glass doors. That's been kind of a common refrain out there. Paint, cabinets. And this is not atypical with what we see in a given community, but I just wanted to give you a perspective of how these things rank out here. And again, where you see multiple things many of these are cosmetic, aesthetic things that we're working our trades through. So in measuring that progress, again, we're tracking that by using the system. That's a key piece where we absolutely lost that connectivity with our customers at a point. And that's where, again, our salespeople are just kind of raising their hands because they're in there being inundated. And that's a function of us not closing that loop. And again, the community's been very communicative. We had a meeting last Tuesday that was very helpful, and people are using the system. And that, again, we really appreciate that because that's getting us back on track to be able to track this and measure quantifiably that we're completing those items. So the warranty item search allows us to look at any given home, any given list. I shared with Ms. Andriotti kind of what those look like. And here's an example of the warranty ticket details. So this is all of the tickets. This is just an address that is a sample. It shows you the type. It shows you when it's created, when it's completed, who's working on it, and what the age number of days are. So this is producible for every home that's out there and is allowing us to be able to track what's happening. And then the warranty item search gets us into a level of detail that ties to the ticket of the specific description, the supplier, whether it's open or whether it's complete, how many work orders have been entered, where it's at. So we've got that level of detail to help guide our trades to make sure we're completing the work. And again, we think we're making some progress out there. Ultimately, the forum of the city council of people, the gentleman that started, it's exactly what it's for people to be able to share what their challenges or processes are. There's no question we could have done better. We've also been fully committed in making progress. And ultimately, our contractual obligations, there's a reciprocal one for our customers, people that want punitive and all kinds of other issues that they think they're having. There's remedies within their contract to do that, including arbitration, mediation, whatever. And at some point, what we can do is continue to follow the system, do what we're supposed to do, but they also have other resources as well to be accommodated. So we're hoping that, again, we'll be able to continue to communicate with everybody and answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Yeah, you might have a few questions on this one.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead, Ben.
Sure, thanks. I really appreciate you reaching out to me, although I didn't have a minute to
No
call you
problem.
back and ask a lot of my questions then, which may have helped me to ask a few that I have now. One of the questions first, maybe for Will, because I wasn't able to make that Tuesday meeting. Will, were you able to make it? Yeah. In that meeting, did you get a feeling of whether, Jeff, you want to answer this, or Will, did you get a feeling that the homeowners were starting to feel like there's traction being made and that I'm worried more, I guess, about the feeling of the homeowners than just meeting the contractual obligations. Because you can meet a contractual obligation, but then have a homeowner that's like, well, okay, we have a home, but I'm just, I should have went and bought over somewhere else. And as a side note, because of the work that I'm in, I had somebody call me and they had told me that they just bought a brand new home in Lincoln. And I said, oh, really? Where did you buy? And they said, well, we bought over here because of what we heard of over here. And I would never want that for anybody, especially if it were a business I were running. I would make sure that I was going above and beyond contractual kind of stuff. So maybe just answer that question. How did the feeling from the homeowners come off that meeting Tuesday? If both of you would answer that.
I'll go first and I'll
Yeah.
answer that question two ways. I don't want to, and I appreciate you sharing, I don't want to overemphasize contractual obligations. I want people to understand that part of what's happened here is when someone moves in and has a 15-item walkthrough and has 2 items left that didn't get complete, and that translates into, again, a bad experience from having people build around you and being stuck in this place. I get it. But for that being translated into, now I have a 157 item Excel list, things that were not on that list initially, that's a different piece. So I think the general feeling is we have some people that actually are not comfortable with the way this has been represented to council by the most vocal homeowners, right? They're not going to step up here and say, hey, we had a great experience. That's not necessarily what you get. But from the very beginning and as a part of our meetings, we're being deferential. We are going above and beyond. Tie goes to the runner. At the same token, there's a fine line where it becomes an overreach where this wasn't part of your walkthrough and you're now having all of these other issues and we want to assist and accommodate. But now we also have to be able to define some boundaries of how far we can go with that because we're committed to spending the money and the resources. And part of, again, in the public forum of people standing up here and saying, well, there's nobody out there and they're not doing, that's simply not correct either. So I think there's a balance. And I think that's exactly what we saw in the meeting is a balance. There's some people that no matter what we do, they're not going to be satisfied, right?
Sure.
So
Oh, yeah.
that is what it is. But we've also had several people that have come up and said, we appreciate the fact, we see the effort, it's cleaner, it's better. Things like, again, you're racing to get out of here. No, we're racing to get out and make this so you can settle in. So we're out of there. So there's no construction. That's why I have the detail on Lexington Court. If I'm living there, I get it. Hey, I want you to be able to spend Thanksgiving and Christmas without a bunch of nail guns, compressors, and trucks running down your street. We're there. So it's a balance, and that's kind of what I sensed in the meeting. Well,
What was your feeling about the perception of how the homeowners were in that meeting?
Again, I would reference to what Jeff said. You have a community of outraged homeowners and rightly so. I believe that Richmond America has acted in good faith and is continuing, although I think their community is going to need to see some more tangible progress, which of course is going to take a little time. But I do believe they're eventually going to get to that point. I believe I've spoken to some homeowners who have reached out to me. Anyone that has reached out from Richmond America, I've gone and made site visits. Happy to talk to them on the phone, educate them on certain aspects if that's what's needed. But I've made every effort to listen to every homeowner that has decided to reach out to me. And I'm hearing more positive turnover as far as they feel like Richmond is trying a lot harder and are going above and beyond on some aesthetic items, but still just to try and make homeowners happy.
Thank you. That was it.
For sure.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate those questions, actually. While the presentation was, I think, useful for all of us to know what it is you're doing to correct past mistakes, those two responses turn towards the personal and the issues that are going on out there. And I think those were the things that we as a council needed to know that you're feeling, that you understand and are being addressed. I think you could feel the tension in the room. Right now, it's still present. And so we really appreciate you coming tonight and the efforts that you're making. Stay on it.
agreed.
And Will is right. These folks need to see more. And I believe you're on track to do that for them. So thank you for being willing to come in and stay on this. And
When did I have-
go ahead.
Jeff, thanks for being here. I have one question for you, but before I ask my question, I did want to say that I was contacted the day before the last meeting that was on the 29th and said, you know, you can come to the meeting, we're inviting you. And I just wanted the residents to know that I tried really hard to get there, but I had a family obligation and I couldn't. So I wanted to apologize. I didn't want anybody to think that I just didn't care. And Jeff, I appreciate you calling the other day and spending time with me on the phone. My one question for you, because we talked about a lot and you gave me a lot of information and I appreciated that. My one question is, you spend a lot of time talking about how the system wasn't being used and things were getting lost with the emails and phone calls and stuff. My question is, was that process not conveyed to the homeowners? Was it not readily available for them? Once they did their walkthrough, okay, if you have these problems, here's your process. How did that get lost?
I would say both of that, not conveyed, not described,
Okay.
not, and I'll give you an example where one of the discussions of like, well, I have the structural issue, I don't have anchor bolts. Well, no, you don't have anchor bolts. You have Simpson MSA strap anchors, right? Which is an equivalent. And some of the things in the absence of setting appropriate expectations, which is the entire process. I mean, this is a product that's hand built out in you're dragging 48 different trades out there. We're moving through that process. It's imperative that we do those touch points and we just didn't do it well. That's on our sales team. That's on our construction team. That's on our leadership. That's on the company. At the same token, that's exactly why in a contentious meeting on June 25th, it's like, get it out. Okay, now what are we going to do moving forward to progress and make a definitive plan? But part of that becomes a stirring of, this isn't a big deal. This isn't, you know, we can replace that plate right there. It would have been far better had we been doing a frame walk and saying, here's how the ductwork goes together. This is what you're going to see here. You might see a bow at the plate or something where there's a 3-inch ABS that's carrying the waste from upstairs. But in the absence of that, you know, people will bust out and they're going to find anyway because they don't have faith in the system at that point because we didn't articulate it, didn't describe it. And then our poor salespeople also did, you know, while they threw a flag, it should have been a red flag and we should have stopped and just reconvened. So that's where it's at.
I think what's really important in what you just said is taking ownership of what's happening. And I think you're doing that tonight. I think I can speak for the rest of the council in saying, while we don't want to haul you in here again and go through this process again, I think we do all want to be able to monitor what's going on. So do
Certainly.
you have a proposal for how you can keep the council, keep staff informed? Obviously, Will's very engaged in this, but
Yeah, I think just what we're doing is just continue to share. We can share the metric progress and watch these counts continue to go down, what's coming in. We saw a little bit of a rise after our meeting last week. You know, we hadn't seen some case or some tickets come in. So I think that's the good thing is people are actually now, and if they can't get to it, we'll put it in for you, right? Call us up. We can do that if somebody doesn't have internet access or we want to make it available. But that would be continuing to look and monitor a progression. And what we should see is a continuous curve. And then you should also see that within the new construction, we haven't closed a home out there in the last couple of months. I think you're going to also see a difference in what we're doing as we move our way out of the community. But again, the histrionics of you're abandoning, that's not happening. We're not going anywhere. We're going to continue to be there. And our goal is just to continue to work through it.
they're going to need to see and feel that, and you can sense that. Sir, could you take that outside, please?
Do you have a follow-up meeting scheduled for these things?
Not at this point, but we certainly can do that.
I think it'd probably be a good idea, just because
Yeah.
there has been so much of distrust in the system because of failed actions of employees to really, I mean, you really need to stick with it until it's down to the 27-day count or whatever it's going to be.
For sure.
What should be standard, I think.
Fair enough.
Right?
What's your last, schedule-wise, what's your last test point on a purchased in your warranty period?
I didn't understand the question.
You have a touch point at 1 month, 5 months. What's the last one?
Oh, it's an 11-month, 11 month. It's right before the 1 year
Your
that
Warranty
finished warranty would
expiration.
be up. And then we also have an RWC warranty that covers through 10 years on structural.
It would be interesting. Are you delaying? Are you extending the warranty because of the bad start?
The warranty is the warranty, but like we said about being deferential, if something comes in and it's a warrantable item, we're going to take care of it. It's not, we're not going to sit here and draw a line in the sand on that. Part of the other thing is driving back to those distinct customer experience touch points of looking at when someone closed and being proactive and picking up the phone and saying, hey, you're coming into your 10, 11 month, do you have anything? And doing the outreach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you. Appreciate your time.
Mayor, you did have one speaker card.
Yes, I do, don't I? All right. Would we normally open up presentations to? It's pretty unusual. Yeah.
Just so long, I think as it's clear that the action is not part of it, but I don't see any reason.
Yeah, action is not part of this, and really largely council is not going to be able to respond to much of anything that is brought up. So I'll go ahead and open it up. I know I can feel the room wanting to talk about this. I ask you to keep it calm and professional, please. So I'll go ahead and start with Patrick Bivens.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Amy Frazier's not here to be able to speak tonight. She's via Zoom right now. I think she's listening in, but she's actually taken vacation for one time in her life. So she asked if I could speak on behalf of herself and a lot of our other neighbors and residents of Richmond American, of Revere of Independence. So I'm going to read off what she wrote, not going to sidetrack from it. I want to be able to hear her words. And then I have my own sort of testimony too, to go along with the issue here. So the City Council on August 29th, 2023, Richmond American Homes hosted home buyers at their sales office. They gave an underwhelming presentation to our community, which we just saw, then offered to answer our questions. I would like to address with you some key points from the meeting and offer home buyers insight for that specific presentation. So Richmond American claims that there is reparative progress being made in our community. The reported progress is statistically insignificant for two reasons: accurate data reflection and time. So please consider these facts when evaluating the significance of the apparent progress versus the remaining outstanding items. So one item often generates a need for additional repairs. For example, my patio door has been under repair for almost 2 months. One ticket item required 5 trades, 9 days of work in my home, and it spanned over 2 months' time. So to this day, the door is still not completely repaired to the standard of the model. However, this item was marked as completed since the door finally closes and locks. I have lost count of the outstanding ticket items that will require multiple visits to my home in the future. Some examples include ripping out and replacing buckling flooring due to the foundation not being level, ripping out and rebuilding my custom bathroom shower, rebuilding and staining a custom built stairwell, and et cetera, the list goes on. Many homeowners have outstanding ticket items like these repairs that require multiple intrusions into their home spanning long periods of time. I would question the accuracy of the data presentation since one would question the data presentation since one item completed does not equate to one item repaired to the model standard, nor does it equate only to one data repair to completion. So regardless of the giant task ahead, Richmond American claims that they are going to expeditiously finish with construction to allow us to settle in as a community. They told us, we are not abandoning you. We have a contractual obligation to complete these items. I cannot fathom how they would complete hundreds of items as described in their presentation while managing the dozens of homes getting ready to close in the next few months, performing their 6 and 12-month walkthrough obligations for current home buyers and servicing the new developments that they plan to repurpose our on-site staff and trades to. As verbalized in my previous speech as the city council, Richmond American continues to demonstrate their primary goal is revenue, not repair. They admitted at our last home buyer meeting that they failed to recognize the enormity of outstanding repairs needed in this community, which resulted in a failed attempt at adopting an organizational model to timely and methodically fix our homes. Additionally, Richmond American has outlined to us that their trades have already been paid. The trades hold the responsibility for poor quality workmanship, and we need to be responsible, or we need to give their existing trades a chance to uphold their business contracts. Richmond American is opposed to the suggestion of hiring quality and more trade companies, and they are opposed to the suggestion of reimbursing homeowners for independently hiring companies to repair their issues. In other words,
Patrick, I know you're reading her,
Oh, yeah.
her presentation, but I'm going to need to ask you to wrap it up if you would.
oh,
please.
okay. So we have learned from this council that you are very sorry for the ongoing nightmare. We have heard from Richmond American that they are very sorry for the ongoing. We have been given promises that this council is fighting for our community to gain closure and accountability. We have promised a variety of things from Richmond American. I hope and pray that we'll meet again in the future, as I still believe in the council's commitment to providing oversight, accountability, and assistance to our community. This council is the only reason that Richmond American has slowly begun to move through our repairs requests in the cheapest fashion possible. Amy Frazier. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Am I able to give? I know, I can be quick, but
Very,
very quick.
please.
I appreciate you guys' time. I really do. So honorable members of the Lincoln City Council, I stand before you today on behalf of my wife. As I am a proud homeowner in this community, our journey began with the high hopes and dreams for a premium home crafted by Richmond American. Since our purchase on October 1st, our experience has been marred by a constant stream of repairs. The litany of issues extensive from the front doors, porch framing, to water damage under the sink, improper installation fixtures, flawed floors. I'm not going to go through this today. I'm here as one of the homeowners, and I spoke to you guys last about a lot of repairs. Jeff came up. I do believe there is heartfelt intention to get things done, but I do feel like they're trying to do it quickly. I don't feel like they're getting the repairs done in the fashion that we have progressed or talked about, with priority to those 2-year people who had just moved in a long time ago to those moving in now. When I moved in, my walkthrough, I had 30 items. Only 5 of those got completed. So that 12 and 3 or whatever he had discussed before, I had 30 rollover items. I have proof of this, only 5 items. And I was even told by the superintendent, my house was in such constant need of repair, he didn't feel comfortable giving me the keys to move in, but I still needed a sign. So I'm just one of many residents who've experienced the same thing, and I talk to my neighbors a lot. So that's what I'm feeling. There's little progress. There is a sense, and I attended the last meeting, of getting out as quick as we could. We'll build the rest of the homes. We'll get out of your way. We don't plan to meet with you again next time, so I'm glad you asked him to meet with us, because that was asked, and there was like, nope, not going to meet with you. We're going to go to city council and progress or present, and that's going to be it. So that's where we're at. Just want to give you guys my update.
I appreciate that very much. I can guarantee you this council does not want that to have been the last meeting and connection between all of you folks.
Same here.
So if we left any impression that, one more meeting and done is good. As far as I'm concerned, I think as far as the rest of the council is concerned, as many as it takes until we get this resolved.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Holly, I'd sent you an email earlier this afternoon. Is there a way for you to pull that up on here? Okay.
It's not connected to those screens, but I was going to send it to Richmond. I was going to send it to Jeff. And I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to answer you this afternoon, but I did get it. I did look at it. You can explain if you want. I can
So
I can show the mayor.
last time I'd spoke with you guys, I was the one, I had exposed wires in my cabinets. We had water leaks on electrical. I want to let you know, none of this has been resolved. We don't have just minor paint and cosmetic issues. We have major safety issues on these homes. I'll let you watch that video, basically of what I heard today.
So what I will promise you is I will watch that this evening. I'm not going to be able to.
It's just a picture.
Yeah,
So
okay. I heard video.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, so there's two different things. So we have fire suppression systems on the home, right? Our homes are charged with a minimum of 100 PSI for those sprinklers, correct? We have hose bibs that are under immense pressure. Today, thankfully, I have two little girls in the home, 7 and 10. They help me wash the cars. They help me do a lot of things. And I think if they helped me today, I wouldn't be in this meeting. I'd be in the hospital. Today, my hose bib flew off completely off of my home, hit the neighbor's home. These homes are not having final walkthroughs. They're not having final inspections. Nothing's being taken care of. Like Jeff said here, they're using us as their quality team to go through. You should have inspected it during your home walkthrough. I'd said this last time. We're not contractors. That's not our job. I'm not going to go around and look at torque specs on the hose bibs. We can't see what's behind the walls. We can't see what's going on with the plumbing. I have light switches that still don't work. So I don't know if there's wires that are crossed. I expressed before, I have breakers that trip for no reason. I was in Tennessee for 8 days last week. I came home to breakers in my garage, 7 of them that are tripped. And nothing gets a response. He says there's a whole team of people. There's one guy. His name is Thomas. and he
If
should
you could
be here
speak,
today.
if you can
And he-
speak to us, please.
Oh, and he told me today, he broke down. He actually showed up today, and I wonder if it was a damage control issue, because I know now he's getting our correspondence, because he's not responded to any requests, 0. But he showed up today, so I'm assuming it was a damage control issue, because if that would have hit one of my little girls, it would have been really, really bad. It's the entire hose bib coming out with 100 PSI. I don't know the physics. At least it's fast. We can probably have an engineer check that. I think it'd be helpful. I know that you guys are busy, but to really see what we're dealing with here, to send an inspector out, to get with these guys and hold them accountable, because they're going to tell you whatever they need to tell you here to make you happy. But we're having major, major safety problems, and they're not being addressed. And the statistics they quote, most people like me, my home's not even in the system because I've given up. I've spent 6 hours today devoted to Richmond. And Thomas assured me tomorrow I'm going to have a plumbing inspection. So I hope that they take this seriously, because they will tell you what they need to tell you to move on. And this is serious stuff. It's not just chip
Sounds
paint.
like, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, yeah, I'm going to pull you up. This is where we get into this area for the council where this is not our expertise. This is your expertise.
Correct. So again, at every community meeting, I've made myself available at every twist and turn. I will leave a pile of my business cards at the entrance out here. I invite you to please contact me. I ask anybody else. Anyone else, everyone that has ever contacted me that's reached out to me, I have made either a site visit or a phone call or email correspondence or something. Because my biggest contention with this is that I want to make sure the life safety of this community is intact. That's my biggest charge. And so if there's an issue like that, this is the first I've heard about a blown off hose bib. I've been at every community meeting that they've called. After hours, I go on my own time. I want to make sure that this is getting done. I've continued to keep traction and continued to keep Richmond America accountable for this. And I'm going to continue to do that. I will leave my business cards up there. Please email me, contact me. I will set an appointment with you tomorrow.
I'll be there.
You email me. We'll get it tomorrow. So proofs in the pudding. Anybody that has had a correspondence with me, I have followed up, and I will continue to follow up. Oh.
And we very much appreciate that. So what I'm going to ask of all of you folks, take Will up on his offer, pick up a card, reach out to him. If he does not get back to you, reach out to me. Okay?
Thank you.
You bet. Anyone else? Yes, sir. We'll get you next.
Thank you. My name is Assad. So I moved to the Richmond American community last year, April 2022. So still I have items in my list that's not repaired, and no one is answering. So I'm almost give up on everything. I have full-time job. I'm a government employee as well. I'm engineer, but no one is responsible. He's talking that call me, they will come up, take photos that, oh, we're gonna fix it. Thomas, his representative, come to my house July, first, like 5 or 6 of July. And I haven't heard anything until now from him. I still have like 10 items in my punch list item. So I already gave up, so nobody should, they already failed because they don't have enough resources to do these stuff. And sometimes they make an appointment with the trades. And couple of times I took leave from my job and nobody showed up. The trades are not, they cannot grab or bring the trades to fix things. If they cannot do that, so what's the next step? They should hire someone else, because they hired some like minimum wage guys, good quality materials, and install good quality materials and bring minimum wage guys, and they are not able to bring those guys back to finish these stuff. So I don't know, for all these stuffs, city is also accountable, because I don't know how city inspectors are coming and approving those stuff. And homeowners are like, oh yeah, this house is ready, so you guys can move that there. I don't know how they can do that, because they have the plans. I don't trust these guys, because I don't know what's happening in my house, because I was not the contractor or I was not the inspector to watch everything is okay as per plan. I can see now the fences not as per plan. City knows that. So how the city inspector approve that? The fences is not as per plan. The plans is with city. I got this plan from city. You guys pull up that, it's not as per plan. So this guy mentioned that this is electrical issue. So how the city inspector approved that house? Is it safe? Who's responsible? No one is taking responsibility here. These guys are coming here making like oh, we will take responsibility, we will fix everything. Tomorrow you call, I can bring up my emails. For one item, I probably send like 20-25 emails to solve it. I don't have that much time. So we paid what we are not getting that for what we paid. Why we should suffer for all these? They are just here to make money. I see every morning I'm going to work. I see they are building very fast those new houses, and they don't care about these houses that they build have tons of problems.
We hear you. I'm sorry. Your time is up. I'm going to have to move on. Folks, please. Will, there's an important distinction to be made there between what you as an inspector for the city are watching out for and cosmetic issues and fences and that type of thing. Could you do a quick?
So I actually believe that Amy sent me the photos for some of your wiring above your stove for your hood vent. Now, that was something. I'm just saying what
let's not
I
go
spoke
back
to
and
what I
forth.
saw. My apologies. So, and again, I had addressed this to Sean and anyone else who needed an explanation for it. Some of this goes back to once the house is final, there's nothing to stop them from taking a door off, taking the shroud that's supposed to go over the hood, taking that off that covers those wirings. Now, again, as I spoke at the last city council meeting we were attended, that my inspectors are more on the lookout for that. That's something that I've told them, hey, if something is missing on a house that you know is finalled, stop the inspection you're currently doing. So like there's things that happen that we can't camp an inspector out at every community 24 hours a day to make sure these guys are doing what they're supposed to. Contractors are supposed to build the house properly. If it goes through final and there's something wrong, I'm happy to address that. We're all human beings. People miss things sometimes. It does happen. But I hear a lot of people throw out some words that maybe they may not have the proper education or background to articulate properly, but they're frustrated. I'm happy to hear that. I'll always listen. And I will continue to do so.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, sir. We're not going to do that. No. That's fine, except right now I'm running the meeting. Sir, you had your hand up.
Thank you for having me, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Armando Aguilar, and I'm owner of the community of Lincoln. And I have too many complaints about the construction of the Richmond America. How they got some people let them finish the house like that and give it and sell it to me like everything is okay. Look at all those things. The picture I bring over here, even the stucco, they don't fill it up complete in the window. Look at the 2x4, the 2x4, they use it, the material. They use it to construction my house. Look at this kind of, they finish, they don't finish. I got 1 year live in this city and they don't do it. And it's still the same. Look at, well, this one, this is iron. Look at the broken and they sell the house like this. If I don't take a picture, they don't come to fix it. They give me, they rip on my money. See, that's the way Richmond America did it. And I don't agree with that. This is not acceptable. We buy a new home with good material for the construction. Where is the inspector? Why did they call inspector to let it finish the house like that? I can't believe it. The experience is terrible. The Richmond America, they rip up the money like that. It's not fair. I hope you, the board, they make a resolution for that kind of rip.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nani. We moved from Chicago. I just want to tell you my experience when we bought a house in Lincoln. I signed a contract like in January 2021. And then we supposed to close on September 21st, 2021. But the appraisal never came. So it was Wednesday. On Thursday, the appraisal came in, but the lender company on Friday is still asking for more documents. This is not the first house I bought. I built like 3 or 4 houses already. But anyway, to make the story short, I told them on Friday that we're flying to Hawaii for our anniversary and vacation for a week. And I told them we can close next week, or you can do a remote closing in Hawaii. You know what they did? They said, oh, just wait outside your bank for 2 hours because I know it's gonna get approved in the afternoon. So me and my wife were outside Chase Bank at 3 p.m. Before 5 p.m., I got that phone call that, hey, your loan got approved and then you need the check. So I went to the bank and I asked the manager, can you issue me a cashier's check for this amount for this title company? Then I called back the lender and I said, the title company is closed already. Oh, no, don't worry. We're gonna open the title company. So me and my wife drove to Roseville at 8 p.m. to sign the closing documents. So what I'm trying to tell you, and then we fly to Hawaii on that Saturday. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Richmond America could have just said, hey, you know, since you have so many rollover items, you can finish it, the rollover items, and we can close next week. But they did not. They want me to close on that day. At 9 p.m., we finally close. I have my closing documents. They can move mountains if they want to. They can open the title company if they want to. These people are suffering. Their home, they cannot even call them home. This home, it's like, I know we don't have a law against real estate. In the car, if you bought a car, you have a lemon law to protect people like us. But they fail to disclose that they have structural issue, electrical issue, plumbing issue to the buyer like us. Like, oh, we're buying a new car. It's a brand new car, house. Nothing should be wrong on that one. They have quality control issue. I mean, that's basically it. These houses should be inspected, and we should not have this meeting right now. I mean, it's like, I just can't believe. I mean, I moved to California to like have a good experience, but I'm not getting any good experience right now. So I'm sorry. My rollover items is still rollover items for 2 years already. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I do want to give Richmond America a chance to respond. All right.
All right, my name's Steven. I'm lot 103. Just so you guys know, there's not a single person in the entire development that's happy. So like all the numbers, they're all skewed. Everyone has a huge list. Thomas isn't here because he doesn't want the smoke. Will, I don't know. He's got a pair of jet skis now with Richmond American on the side. Like he's getting paid or something. This is insane. The level of stuff that's getting done is like Thomas, I blow up Thomas every single day. And I've had 4 inspections on my home. And until like a couple days ago, I haven't had any trades at our house since like for months. When the trades come, they take pictures because they've never seen such bad work and they send it to their boss. It doesn't matter what they're working on, windows falling out, carpets laid on top of nails, like it's insane. So I just wanted to make it clear, like, and even when Thomas did come, he took pictures, he spent a couple hours, nothing was entered into the system. So the system they keep referring to, like I call him again and it's like the conversation starts from, okay, like, who are you, what's going on? Like, there's nothing going on. Everyone else wants to push it onto Thomas and then that's it. Like, we just have Thomas. As much as they say the whole team's there, no one's answering. Email chains are miles long. You only get something done when you tag everybody on the email from top to bottom. And then Thomas starts squirming because he feels like his job is in jeopardy. But that's like, you have to push really, really, really hard to get any attention. So there's people in our neighborhood with like their electrical got cut by all the plumbers and like their electrical was repaired. He has tons of electrical issues and he's a truck driver. He's gone. He can't deal with this. So like he just gave up. He just living his life. His house might burn down. It just is what it is. So that's most of our community. They don't have time to do this. They just move on. So
Yeah,
there
we
it
hear
is.
you. We hear you. All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah. Go ahead.
may I respond to one thing?
Yeah.
So I think I just, the public comment is public comment, but when comments are made about my staff and their professionalism and ethics, especially unfounded ones, I have to respond to that. It is totally fine for people to make any kind of public comment they like. However, I'd like to just state that I've worked with many building officials over a long period of time. And Will is generally regarded, certainly in the Sacramento area, as one of the premier chief building officials in the state of California. And any sort of statement that would indicate that there's any impropriety going on is not appreciated and not accurate. So I just want to make that really clear.
I was heading in the same direction, but you said it much more eloquently than I would have.
Well, Mayor, and also might I say too, that Will just said he's putting a lot of his own time in and the city's paying him to do extra work to help Richmond get this taken care of. So you can be upset with Richmond, but the comment against Will is very offensive. I don't appreciate it.
Agreed.
I just had a comment. I didn't plan to speak on this, but I would start with your CO. It's called a certificate of occupancy. That's a good place to start.
Let's not do a back and forth, folks.
Okay, I just want to throw a different number out here and say as an encouragement to get this resolved for our Lincoln homeowners, the California Realtors Association estimates an economic benefit for new home purchase and happy homeowners, I would guess, of $247,000 per new home. So if we're talking about 122 houses in our development here in Lincoln, that's about $52.1 million for our city in economic benefit.
Thank you, Melanie. Yeah, I do want to give Richmond America a chance to respond. Obviously, we're getting two very different messages here.
And John Bayless, I'm the division president for Richmond American. Just a little background. I was division president for the Bay Area division up until January of this last year. The company merged the two divisions together. We do have some issues as we were going through Sacramento on this project and a few issues on one other that are not the way we normally build houses or deliver houses. So there was a significant management change in Richmond American. Absolutely. I understand the frustration. I guess my point is this isn't the appropriate forum for it. The contract's very clear. If somebody needs to go to arbitration, we'll go to arbitration, we'll settle things out. It absolutely is. We do have happy homeowners out there. We talked with some of them last Tuesday. So I'm not diminishing what these people have been through, but we're here to make it right. And if you don't have the patience for us to make it right, there are other avenues.
Thank you, John. With that, we're going to go ahead and wrap this item up. Very much appreciate everybody keeping it as on point as we could with some pretty high emotions. We'll move forward now on to item 6D, senior health fair. Mr. Scully.
Thank you. I could have done this just during staff updates, but I wanted just a teeny bit extra time because we're very proud of this new, or maybe it's restarted, but newish event. And so I was approached by Seniors First, the lovely and talented Harriet Garland and Chris Wyatt, who had this idea about putting on a senior health fair here in Lincoln that was free. Obviously, Lincoln has a very large senior population and of folks of all different income and backgrounds. And the idea was that we'd like to provide something that was open and free to our senior population that gave them access to a variety of services, with health kind of being the key focus. So as of today, and I don't think it's going to change, we are tentatively scheduled for Thursday, October 12th. It'll be from 10 o'clock till 3, drop in for half hour or the whole time. And we have a really good preliminary lineup of speakers and vendors. Well, vendors not the right term. We're not going to be selling anything. It's resources for seniors. We're going to have vendors that include medical, senior living, memory care, Placer County Health and Human Services will be present. Some of our speakers include somebody from maybe the DA himself, but somebody from the Placer County District Attorney's Office is going to present on elder abuse and get out some information because it's a serious problem. Our very own Chief Alves is going to give a presentation on senior scams, which we're seeing an increase of. These are those kind of common ones that you read about, someone calling a senior citizen and pretending to be a family member and asking them to send money. That happens a lot more frequently than you might think.
It's actually AI mimicking voices now. In
Oh,
those same scams.
Yeah, but so it gets more and more complex. In addition to that, we're still working, we have a local healthcare provider that's going to give a kind of a health seminar on some cogent issue for our seniors. And then we're working on it. I think we're going to get it done. I believe we're going to get Kaiser, Sutter, and UC Davis Health present with booths to share some of their information. We've got eye doctors, really trying to get almost every single type. We've also got some attorneys that provide services for folks that maybe they want to set up a trust, or we have a couple of senior education, or excuse me, active senior, physical activity type of businesses of people that, go out and stretching and light activity. There'll probably be some sports leagues for seniors that are interested. So just all types of resources, nutrition, Medicare services, et cetera. We'll have some raffles. There's going to be food trucks present. Again, free for really anyone to attend. It's geared towards seniors. And if you own a business or are part of an organization that would be interested in participating, offer some kind of service that would be relevant, please give me a call or an email and we'll get you lined up. But it's filling up pretty quickly, so do so fast.
Thanks, Sean.
What's the venue?
Sorry,
What's the venue?
Oh, it's at the pavilion. Yeah.
Anything else from council on this one? Yep. So it just occurred to me, Sean, as we're trying to find high-level contacts for UC Davis and Sutter, and I think we've got those, but each and every one of those has a government relations person that is specifically tasked with this type.
Yeah, we made a little bit. It's hard sometimes when you contact these really large organizations to get through to the right person that could send this. So we're almost there, thanks to your help and Councilmember Andriotta's help with UC Davis, and Kaiser is on board, and so Sutter is the last one we're working on. Yeah.
I've got a name on a card somewhere on my desk. I'll find it for you. All right, with that, we'll move on to item 6E, pavement management. I don't see Travis in the room, so I'm going to guess it's you.
Yeah, so Araceli is here this evening. Travis is on Zoom, so he'll jump in when needed. But Araceli is our engineering manager, and she has not only is she an engineer, but she runs almost all of our, or supervises all of our capital projects, including our pavement program. And one of the things we've heard over and over again from this last larger project we did was concern about the treatment that was given to the roadway and whether it was settling correctly. And there's some chipping that's occurring that people are noticing. And so what I've asked is she's going to give you a presentation that explains some of the project details, but also just in more, I think it's important that we all learn a little bit about how the process and science behind the engineering of these improvements actually work in the real world, and what is common to see and what's not common, and what we can address through warranty and et cetera. So I'm gonna hand it off to her.
Good evening. Araceli Casares, Engineering Manager for Capital Projects here for the City of Lincoln. And as Sean introduced, we're gonna specifically stick to slurry seal, as was the project that we had going on this summer. So first, we're gonna start very basic. What is slurry seal? It's a low-cost preventative maintenance treatment. Involves applying emulsified asphalt mixture over an existing street surface. It helps protect streets from sun, water damage, and provides a new wearing surface to improve skid resistance. And you'll see here, the mixture is composed of different elements, asphalt emulsion, graded aggregates, water, filler, additives. And this is going to be an important treatment, preventative maintenance treatment that the city will continue to utilize in the future because of the low cost effectiveness in restoring and preserving our streets. Sorry. So as I was saying, why we choose and use many, not just us, but many agencies use slurry seal, again, because it's cost effective and it maintains and protects our roadways from oxidation, it reduces water infiltration, it protects it from the elements and provides skid resistance. So what roadways would be considered good candidates for this particular treatment? It'd be roadways that have raveling or weathering, have frictional loss properties, or that have some water infiltration. Roadways who would not be good candidates for this particular treatment would be anything that has substantial structural deficiencies or defects such as potholes, alligator cracking. Those would not qualify for this treatment. You would need to do something more, such as complete reconstruction or an overlay. Here, this is a basic step-through process of how a slurry seal application would be applied. You go through, you look at your roadway network, your PCI, your pavement condition index, what roadways would be good candidates for this particular treatment. And the pre-work would go as far as preparing the roadway, cleaning. weed pulling, street sweeping, crack filling, and then the actual slurry placement itself takes place. And that I'll go, sorry. So after the slurry is placed, the curing process will look rough and it will be soft for several weeks, which is part of the process. It's soft intentionally because as it gets driven over, it will work its way into the cracks and repair itself. And then during this soft period, there will be evidence of tire ruts and unraveling, and that's very normal. It's part of the process. There is a statistic here that up to 10% of the pavement material is lost over the first 30 days. And that is something that we had a lot of calls, a lot of complaints about, and that the treatment wasn't done properly. And no, this is normal. This is what is expected. The street sweeping will continue for 30 days after the placement, and it's part of the process. So here we have a few pictures of what are normal conditions after the treatment. You have the sloughing, the tire marks, and as time goes on, the treatment will harden and it will resolve itself. These are some examples of delamination, which these are called out, and those are actual repairs that will need to happen. So these are what we will call failures in the treatment process. And delamination is basically where the slurry does not adhere properly. So you get larger ruts, holes in the material itself. So after the sweeping, the contractor will be coming back to repair those issues. Here we wanted to show an example. So the repair process really depends on the volume of traffic that goes on your roadways and the speed at which it is driven on. The one on, I want to say the left-hand side, that's says 3 months after placement. This is a residential driveway at a T court. It has low speed, very low volumes, and after 3 months, it's looking like it's finally settling. Where the one on the right, within 3 days, this was a high volume, high speed arterial roadway. Within 3 days, you get the same effect. So it really just depends how much drivability it has, the speed, and the volume of traffic that it sees. We did have lessons learned from this project, and moving forward, as we continue to do preventative maintenance in the city, we will definitely be doing our educational outreach and information to those future impacted residents in those areas. And it will be during design, during bidding, and before the contractor's out on the roadway. Definitely something we've learned and we'll be implementing moving forward for this. And then obviously modifying our project specs for the placement of the street sweeping, making sure we're more diligent on that in our specifications. So currently, the slurry seal project is in its final stages. The contractor is making their final routes for the street sweeping in those areas. And then afterwards, we will continue to monitor and have our own city staff go out there and sweep as necessary. But as of today, we had our inspector out there and those roadways are looking much better. And that's the end. If there's any questions, I may be able to.
All right, thank you, Araceli. That actually helps me quite a bit. I suspect my fellow council members as we try to address the concerns of citizens that are calling us on these issues. It's I've got exactly what you've shown right out in front of my home, and so it helps me to understand what it is I'm looking at. I think one of the things we're probably all doing as we drive down the street is see those spots that don't look like they're being shoved back down and try to drive over the top of them.
Well, what I'm seeing is a lot of that aggregate. It's all like, so you answered my question. They're still going to sweep. They're still working on it. Okay. That's really good to hear. Thank you.
And Araceli, could you share 2 additional pieces? Can you share a little bit about how, with really any project, but this one in particular, the warranty process works? If let's say, for example, they did hundreds of thousands of square feet on this project, and let's say something was caught by an inspector and then for whatever reason, it wasn't addressed and some time down the road, we see it. What's our time length that we have where we can call back and say, hey, we're either gonna tap the warranty bond or we need you to come fix it?
So that's when we do the notice of completion. It gets officially recorded with the county. And from that, we have the clock ticking for the 1-year warranty. So we have a 1-year warranty and we mark it in, we have a project tracking spreadsheet and we put that date of the notice of completion 3 months prior to that date. We get reminded, or the project manager is reminded, hey, your project's coming up for the 1 year. You need to go out there, re-inspect and make sure everything's up to par. And at that point is when we'll make a contact out to the contractor, say, we need these repairs, we notice these issues, these deficiencies. You need to schedule time to come out here. We give them ample time, at least minimum 2 months is what we try to shoot for to make sure they have time to mobilize and come out. There's a meeting that's held in the field so that the contractor is aware of what we've seen and everyone's on the same page.
And then the other question I had was, in your experience doing lots of these over the years, how common is sort of what you're seeing in terms of work quality or some of these ancillary issues? Is this something you deal with pretty regularly with slurry or is this unusual?
No, it's very common. It's not unusual.
I like the way you did that. You already knew the answers to every one of those questions.
Well, I mean, I've asked them a few times.
So the one thing that you didn't cover that I'm seeing out there, and I've had a number of people upset about, it's really more cosmetic. It's prior to this slurry coat, there was a clean interface between the concrete of curb and gutter and the street itself. And now we've got some spots that are pretty gnarly out there. Is there any correction, any cleanup to that, or is that just part of the deal?
When we say pretty significant, I guess we go out there and take a look, but how significant are we
You know,
saying?
it oozed in many places off 5-6 inches onto the concrete. And
Then that'd be something we'd want to go back and have them correct if it's that significant.
useful. Thank you. Any, yeah. Bill.
Yeah, I live in Sun City, that's my district. We have a lot of problems with cracks that run like either run perpendicular from one curve to the other, or sometimes right down the middle of the street. What and sometimes the gap or something like this. What are you doing with those?
I'm going to defer to Matt here. He's had a few meetings out in the field and I don't want to misspeak.
What we have done is applied crack seal. We did a mastic project some years ago before I got here. Travis shared the information with me and the pavement continued to pull away from that mastic. It's definitely a problem. We've reached out to UC Davis and they don't have a good solution. It's extremely costly. I believe City of Roseville, I believe they've spent $18 million in Sun City doing patch paving to fix those, and they continue to separate. Even if they go back and they pave like a 2-foot section to cover the crack, again, the pavement retracts and pulls away, and then now you have two cracks. So in full transparency, we don't have a good solution. We've been filling some of the worst ones with crack seal, and we're continuing to kind of explore our options. Most of the options are expensive because the issue is extensive through the community. So that's one of the kind of the big elephants in the room is there is a problem. We're well aware of the problem. We did a crack seal project this year where we expended nearly all of our annual budget in one of, I don't know how many villages there are in Sun City. There's a lot. And we just addressed one village. So even if we expended our full crack seal budget every year, we wouldn't make our way through the Sun City community. But Roseville, the county, and the city of Rockland, all the public works directors, we're all talking about it. It's an ongoing issue. It's something that is somewhat, not characteristic of this area. They do see that in like freeze thaw, like in the upper Tahoe area as common, but down in the valley area, it's something that seems to be new. So we don't have a good answer. Again, we'll continue to do what we can with the resources we have, but for a wholesale solution, we're gonna have to come up with some kind of innovative solution.
mention, something unique to the run.
I believe so. I believe that what they did was they lime treated the subgrade and then they paved over that. And that's kind of the issue that we see in those Sun City developments. So yes, I would say that that was unique to those two communities. And that is a common theme there.
So the lime treatment would have been to dry out the soil so that they could go ahead.
Yeah.
Did it too quickly or?
I'm not sure. I wasn't there to inspect it, but my understanding it's not as flexible. And then I think that the asphalt, maybe it overheats and the heat shrink cycle, it just separates. But yeah, those cracks continue to grow. And we've seen it also pull away from the curb and gutter. So we know about it. We try to address the largest cracks. But as far as like a permanent solution, we haven't got there yet. But it's definitely something that we're aware of and we want to resolve the issue. It's just, Travis, Araceli and I, we've talked to other professionals and the public works directors. No one has a low cost feasible solution. We can, patch pave, but I mean, I don't think we want to spend our entire city annual budget doing that for the next decade. So we have to come up with something. Maybe I'll, come up with a solution and just become a private contractor and make lots of money. But for now, we haven't got there yet, but it's definitely something that we're very motivated to figure out a feasible solution to take care of that so that the community's safe.
I have a question for Araceli. From your briefing, it looks like there's a level at which slurry is the right treatment, pavement quality level. What is that? And how much do we have? And what I'm trying to get at is what would it take time-wise, given our budget situation, to do, and could you ever get caught up to do the slurry treatment on all pavement that is between, 6 and 8 or whatever your numbers are,
So the PCI, the pavement condition index, is on a scale to 100.
right?
So the roads that are good candidates for slurry treatment would be anything from an 85 and above.
To a point of 92.
To 90, yeah, yeah.
Because you don't.
Yeah,
need
you
to
wouldn't
do it.
want to, you want to do anything
Okay,
for
we
anything.
don't have a lot of pavement in that level, that good.
I'd have to go back and I can get those statistics for you. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I can go back and get that information.
It would be interesting because I think that's if I remember the numbers out of the package, we don't have a lot of 85 to 92 pavement. So we could probably build a plan that got us to being able to maintain that. What kind of additional year? I mean, if you did slurry, how many years do you get out of it before it starts deteriorating again?
Anywhere from 3 to 5 years.
Okay. So if you could do it within 3 years, would be great.
Yeah, and one thing that Araceli didn't mention, but this is a common question we get, which is, hey, there's my street X is really bad and it's in horrible shape. And how come you're slurrying First Street? It's not nearly as bad as mine. And I used to think, even like as recently as just a few months ago, thought, yeah, that makes sense. Why are we doing that? And one of the engineers that worked for Araceli explained to me that it's more efficient to treat those roads that have not completely degraded so you don't lose them. And in the case where you have a really rough road, like there's a couple here in the downtown area, those treatments are going to look more like what you're seeing on Joyner currently. It's in construction right now where they're grinding down the roadway to base and starting basically building a new road essentially.
Complete reconstruct.
Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that as I'm sitting here. I got my second email of the day concerned about safety in that area, specific to kids trying to go to school through the area. So the public is asking for some type of traffic control or safety measure.
Sure, we'll look into that. I mean, it's part of their requirement, so if they're not following them, then we'll need to get out there and check it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Good job, Araceli. Thank you. (7:38) and not through the presentations yet. All right, we'll move forward. This one is actually really cool and kind of a geeky sort of way. Property tax tool, Mr. Scully. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
on this, you're a little bit of a nerd. Can we say that?
That's
What-
okay. I can be a data nerd. That's fine.
It used to be a pejorative term, but it's not anymore. So I'm gonna not steal Jen's thunder because she is the reason that this exists. We had just kind of talked about this conceptually, and this is like classic Jen Brown. We talk about it randomly at some meeting we have. She goes away. She comes back to see me for some other type of meeting, and she goes, "Oh, hey, I wanted to show you this thing we created." In this particular instance, what you're about to see is what I want to say about it is one of the things that I think this council's heard a lot of over many years is transparency. We don't feel like there's enough transparency. Many of those criticisms are fair. And so financial transparency dashboard or development activity map, all of these sort of tools that have been added in, they'll add a little bit more for people to get direct, accurate information anytime they like it. And it's not the last piece, but it might be the third kind of spoke in the wheel. It's the most important piece. And it relates to this consistent and ongoing discussion we have about property tax and what the city actually receives from the 1% that we all pay as homeowners. And so we said, boy, I don't even remember the scope of the conversation, but it was like, wouldn't it be cool if there was some way that people could just go onto a map on our website and just know what all of that information is without having to go to the county website, type in an address, pull up a thing. So anyway, I'm going to let you share it now. It's really cool. And I don't think it exists. As far as I know, I don't think it exists in any other agency in California. We've looked into that quite a bit.
And so now he's really going to stop before he steals your thunder.
Yeah. So, thank you for having me tonight. This is something I'm really a big proponent of educating the public on because, to most people, all the stuff that goes behind in government, it's like black magic. You don't understand a lot of it until you live it. And so I was in private industry and coming into local government, I've learned a lot since I've been here. And so I really want to share some of the stuff that I've learned. So this is what we call a story map. And it's to use spatial representation and also in beautiful pictures to kind of tell a story. What we're talking about is how your taxes are allocated. So everyone gets their tax bill and it's a lot of money and it's 1% of your value of your house. And you think, well, I just paid all this money to the city and why are they always saying they don't get any money? So what happens with that 1% is it gets split up into a lot of different funds. So what we did was we took the data from the county of the taxes and we made this parcel map. Within this parcel map, you can search for your address. I'm just going to randomly click on places throughout the city. And so say you live at this address. So for this address, they paid $4,600 on their tax bill. You can see that of that $4,600, that Lincoln only got $324 for that year. The other parts of the money is split between the county. They get almost double what we get in almost every instance. Nevada Irrigation, Resource Conservation gets money, cemetery, PCWA, Sierra College, the superintendent of schools,
Western Placer Unified, and ERAF. And we'll talk a little bit later in the presentation about what ERAF is. But that's money that comes out of the payment for each one of these and goes to schools. So that is the portion, the 1% part of your property tax and how it gets portioned. Then people have direct charges. And these are things that pay for improvements, bonds. They can pay for lighting and landscaping, just different types of things that keep the city moving. Within the city, there's a lot of different tax rate areas. So if you were to click around to different properties, you would see these numbers change quite a bit. So the other piece is that houses are only, their property taxes changed when it sells. So some of these older neighborhoods might have a lower tax rate because they have owned the property for a long time. So their amount that the city gets is really low.
One of the funny, interesting things is if you click certain properties, especially in the downtown area, I found one today, when Christian and Mel and I were in a meeting, that the property tax bill is $200 a year total for everything. And the amount that the city receives is $16. So it just kind of shows that Prop 13, when it froze rates, and if you have somebody that lives in a home for a really long period of time, it becomes very different compared to, somebody that bought a home a few years ago. And we were having this interesting discussion about like equity and whether or not that proposition really has made sense over all these years. And one of the things I just want to mention is, yeah, they're paying $200, but they've been paying whatever that amount is, $200 roughly, maybe a little less with inflation, but for 40, 50 years or more in some cases. And so you have to also realize that if they have a really low amount, they've been paying property tax into the city of Lincoln and other jurisdictions for probably many decades.
So there's that part of the tool. And then I think this dashboard is very interesting because what this shows is for the city of Lincoln as a whole, the total 1% tax that the county gets is over $101 million. 9 million goes to ERAF, which is that part that goes back into the school systems. And what it is it's an education fund for like lower income areas of schools that may not have the same revenues as other areas. And then the other agencies get $92 million of that, and city gets 9. And so you can see this pie chart here where how the bulk of that $101 million is dispersed. So most of it goes to the school district. And then the second biggest is the county, followed by Lincoln. This is the tax rate areas that I was discussing with you before about how the city is broken up into different tax rate areas. And based on the tax rate area that they're in, they would have different charges or agreements. You can select a tax rate area. I'll pick a big one, 20. And here you can see how much for this area, 30-20, the city gets 4.6 million, and 2 million of that, well, it's 6.6 million, 2 million of that went to ERAF. So the end result from that tax area is 4.6 million. And I'm scrolling through this really quickly, but this is all, it goes into depth explaining what we're showing here in this graph. Then we go into, just more explanation of how it's broken out. You have your property taxes and your direct charges, as you saw on that first map. This is the 1% of property taxes gets broken down into these areas. these are the ones that are the voter approved, and these are the city direct charges, like the, fund public safety, those kinds of things that developments enter into when they come into the city. Then this is how the direct charges are broken out, because there's a lot of different kinds. So you have improvement bonds, and those are things that if a development has to put in a large stormwater basin or something like that, they bond it, and then it's the bonds, the homeowner pays for those improvements as they live in the house. And then the service, so you have your community facility district, also known as CFDs, your lighting and landscaping district pays for the street lights as you're driving down, and parks and the trees and plants and everything that they're watering, as well as benefit assessment districts. And then we just show where those are. So some of them may overlap. So depending on where you live, you might be part of different districts. Now, my phase 2 of this map will be to go into exactly what these are paying for and showing each area and what your lighting and landscaping, if you live, let's say you pay lighting and landscaping in this zone, what are you paying for that zone? And we'll be listing those things out and showing them, as well as what you pay and what it costs the city to keep those things maintained, which you're going to see it's going to be a little off. And then the benefit assessment district is the same thing. It just goes into where they are, and it would be more information on that. CFDs. And with that, I just want one thing. I like to call myself the ideas gal, but there's a group behind me, and they're really the ones that take my ideas and put them into these like really cool things that I think, are a benefit to everybody. So.
You want to name those folks?
Yeah, so I have a consultant, Trevor Stewart, with Coastal Information Systems. He is the one who has put this whole thing together and makes all my changes on the fly.
Okay. Any questions from the council or comments?
Go ahead.
This is the next product on the path to total transparency. And anybody that's interested playing with that and looking at the different areas of the city, talking about equity, people don't realize that taxes are quite specific to, well, tax rate areas, they're very specific. But even the things that are ancillary, like lighting and landscaping districts, if you go to the Lincoln Hills tax rate area, there is no lighting and landscape area because the HOA takes care of it. I think the same way at Cotavadera. But you can, and there are differences within even Lincoln Hills tax rate area, because there are some bonds in later construction impacts that aren't on the original one. So it really is interesting, but it is mind-blowing the small amount, regardless of where you live in the city, the small amount of the taxes actually ends up in the city itself. I think it's really neat. So
That's my fellow data nerd.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. So I think this is beyond neat. I think in the not too distant future, this is going to be award winning.
I agree.
This is,
I think it needs to be copyrighted.
oh, absolutely. I
Yeah.
think she's probably already done it, but no, do it.
Please get on
Do
that,
it.
yeah.
But you and Matt do not get to go out and be consultants and start your own business
Yes,
together.
yes.
That's not happening.
No questions. I just agree. This is phenomenal. I'm not a data nerd, but this is pretty cool. And I'm very grateful for all your hard work. I brag on you quite a bit.
Well, and to be clear, both Matt, just so you're aware, both Matt and Jen have no secondary employment clauses in their labor agreements, so they will not be.
So even on the simplest of levels, for those who want to really dig deep, this is a great tool. But I think most importantly, in that first 10 minutes, for the average homeowner, the average person in town to be able to click on their home and understand how very little the city actually receives to provide police and fire protection to them. Chief, and libraries and parks and rec. Chief, what does it cost to roll out a fire apparatus? Just roll out the door, stop by somebody's place.
And with, I mean, just a simple medical aid, you're probably talking 30-minute time commitment with fuel and personnel, probably $200-300 just for a quick 30-minute round trip.
So one use at any residential area, and it's absorbed pretty much the entirety of what was paid into the city for police, fire, libraries, parks and rec within that year.
Yeah, I mean, so the intent of the tool is not to say, oh, poor Lincoln, right? It's to say, like, this is the challenge, the realistic challenge that we have to deal with. And, you know, I think everybody gets a copy of this bill. All this information is public. Anybody can go look it up. We just thought that it was a better way to synthesize it so it was easy and available without having to go to a bunch of different websites and search for it.
So I'm going to blindside the treasurer and pull him on up here and get his sense of this.
Well, unlike Holly, I am a data nerd. This is absolutely phenomenal. As you know, I've written in my City Hall beat column about this and how about the misconception out there of what the money is that actually sticks with the city to provide all those services, especially police, fire, recreation, and library. This is just phenomenal. This is just phenomenal. And I heartily endorse that we get this thing copyrighted because this is a true story that we can tell to really educate the people. And as Dan said, it's all about transparency. You know, people have to know. So this is fabulous, fabulous.
And I just wanted to make one comment when this is beta, so it's not available right now on the website, but when we do publish this, it was taken at a point in time. So it was the 23-year tax roll. And so if the person has moved, the house is sold, there was nobody in the house before, now there is, then, you know, it was just land. It's not going to be updated. And so we'll only be doing this once a year just because of the level of effort.
Understood. You know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and open this one up to the public. Anybody wishing to comment this item, you can please approach the podium. Byron?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff, and those still hanging in here. The information here really is absolutely phenomenal. But it also begs the question, and I think a lot of people have this as well, is that at what point do you get to not enough taxes every time you build a new home? And if that continues out, essentially, you're still getting very little for the home for the city of Lincoln, especially for the part where I can see when you have the new homes start rolling out. But if you're looking 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the road, you're not getting as much as the pie. And even if it's a newer home, you're getting obviously the bigger value, but the percentage of it doesn't change. So my thought is, are we kind of kicking ourselves in the tail? Because this is a schedule that's set up where if that percentage doesn't change, regardless of how many houses you build, you're almost hurting yourself if you actually build too many houses. Because it's the percentage of what it takes in order to operate the city. Just a thought.
And it's a great thought. That's what our CFDs are for, is to make up that delta as we move forward in all new development.
Well, so Byron, that's a really big thought and question that I need an hour with you to talk through, but I agree with it. In many counties, it's not this, if you go into the Bay Area and certain portions of Southern California, the property tax setups are different and are more sustainable in some areas. Here and in Central Valley and many other areas, especially mostly areas that have been traditionally agricultural, there's you see this kind of over and over again. This is why when we're talking about tax sharing agreements with the county, they're so critically important to get right, because you don't typically get another bite at the apple. And while we do have CFDs that are intended to make up the difference, to at least make it net neutral, at least my concern is that is simply an added burden on the homeowner and on affordability. And so it's a major problem. It's why we talk a lot about sort of growing our sales tax base to try to diversify our revenue so that we're not so property tax heavy. But without the CFDs, I think it would be absolutely accurate, certainly based on this information, that homes, every single home that would be built under that scenario is a net negative to revenues.
Agreed. Anyone else? Melanie?
Good evening. I just want to say this is very timely as our state Senate is considering ACA 13, which I'm sure, as you know, and for anyone who's listening, will affect Prop 13 if it goes through. Prop 13 gives legislation, including at the local level, the ability to determine tax levels and tax increases. So for any public that's listening, and I would hope the council would be in line with helping our citizens here in Lincoln, I'd urge you to contact your state senator and suggest that they vote no on ACA 13.
Anyone else like to speak on this item? Anyone online, Gwen? All right, Jen, incredible job as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our last presentation item, Pavilion Partnership Proposal with Clay City Barbecue.
Thank you, Mayor. So I invited Tom here this evening, not in his chamber capacity, to be clear, in his Clay City Barbecue capacity. He has floated around the idea, and I've met a number of times, of whether the city might be open to a public-private partnership at our pavilion location. I'm going to let him cover kind of what he is going to propose. But I'll just say that we have a lot of public-private partnerships. Some of them are with educational institutions, other with businesses, across a number of different facilities that we run. I don't know that we've ever seriously considered this type of arrangement at the pavilion, probably because for basically ever, it was the one place that everybody convened. But one of the things that Tom has brought up, which I think is accurate, is that the pavilion serves a really great purpose for the community, but it is, and we do rent it out. But our ability to spend significant resources to upgrade it to what most people would call a modern event center is pretty difficult. And so Tom has some ideas about how that can be done through this partnership, and also more generally how more vibrancy can be brought to the greater downtown area and the McBean Park area. And it was creative enough that I thought that it's worth at least getting it in front of City Council so you can hear the pitch, and then at some future meeting, we could have a more detailed discussion about whether or not it's something that you'd like to seriously consider.
Well, thank you. This is probably the first and last time I'll wear a chef jacket to a city council meeting. But anyway, thank you, Sean, council members, for entertaining this.
I was asked, our car club was asked to help with the Holy Ghost Festa parade. And I said, yeah, I've been here for like 9 years. I haven't been to the parade, this parade and the Holy Ghost Festa. Anyway, I had a queen in my car. We talked the whole time and she invited me to come check it out and have the braised beef and all that. And I'm sitting there, I was just in awe of how the Portuguese, who obviously built it and donated to the city, how they use every square inch of that property, the pavilion and the back area and just the different, like the barbecue pit area and stuff like that. And I just thought to myself, man, this is so underutilized other than like once or twice a year. And I was at a bingo fundraiser I was cooking for, and Ben actually was helping me. And I said, Ben, let me ask you something. I just kind of just threw it at Ben, like, is there a way we can actually maybe, Clay City Barbecue could take over the lease of this property, but keeping all the arrangements that are in place right now. The city uses it quite a bit for meetings and events. Of course, the Portuguese have it for a couple weeks out of the year free of charge. Different nonprofits use it. The different rates, a little cheaper rates for nonprofits. So with that in mind, that would all stay the same. My idea is more updating the facility, especially in the back area. A lot of people, I've talked to hundreds of people since we've been kind of talking about this, and most people don't even realize what's behind the little gated fence, unless they go to the Tour de Lincoln or the Festa. So, and so they'll drive right over and call me later that night. God, you're right, that is kind of cool. But anyway, what I was thinking about was creating a beautiful barn structure back there. Right now you have a redwood kind of an awning, I guess you'd call it, or a pavilion with just concrete, metal post. I want to create, corrugated steel base with burlap sack blinds, big barn doors on each end. So you can actually have a wedding inside there and have it be really nice with cafe lights and chandeliers. And I think it would really improve the vitality of that whole area. So all that would be removable because of the Festa. They probably want those walls gone when they have their huge crowd there. But who knows, maybe they wouldn't want to tear it down and whatever, but it would all be put together so I can remove it for them. But also what I was really working with Sean about, talking about having it be more of a community marketplace where, probably at first it'd be 2 nights and then hopefully go into 3 nights a week where I can have local vendors there, pretty much no charge, to come out. And I'm not talking about jewelry and stuff like that. I'm talking about some artisan vendors. I invite a winery, a brewery. Of course, I'd want to do the barbecue that night and then have that barn structure and be able to have live music in there. You're eating your barbecue, enjoying some drinks, and just enjoying a nice area, probably at least 6 months out of the year, maybe even 7. But also creating a wedding venue, kind of something that people, obviously the Bay Area is moving this way. And I as a business owner, my son and I think I turned down 2 caterings today, maybe even 3. I get so many emails. As you know, most of the caterers around here, they're no more. Most of them, I actually bought out quite a few of their equipment and they just, after COVID, called it quits or moved away. So it's amazing how many phone calls we get, the few of us that are still catering. And like I said, we're all busy. But with this facility, I really want to upgrade it so you can have an outdoor wedding and then have the inside the pavilion for the reception. Or if you want to have a smaller wedding out there, you set the tables up inside the barn structure, you do everything there, and it's all done outside. Different price points, of course, with that. But again, it's just creating the marketplace and just a destination, if you will. It's already a destination place. I get it, especially with the Potters there and the park. But I really want to create something that people are like, hey, let's go up to Clay City Pavilion this tonight or Thursday night, and maybe even do movie nights. But just doing really good quality barbecue,
And again, I can't emphasize enough how many people, it's kind of funny, you know, when they say, well, we got Dickies and Lucille's and for a barbecue guy, you know, it's like a knife through our chest, you know, sometimes when you hear about some of that stuff, but no offense to any chain restaurants, but you know, we really try and do the best we can. And there are quite a few halls around here, but most of them can't do 350 people like we can do there. So I have a list of just some brief ideas, but you know, quite honestly, we'd probably bring this back and talk about more, but I'd be looking for like more of a long-term, you know, lease and like 5-year increments. We'd work on a profit revenue share with the city. Of course, a lease payment, whatever that is. Again, I keep everything the same for the terms that you already have with different organizations that use it. Some of the outdated stuff in the kitchen, I would update at my, you know, pretty much my expense. You know, outdoor music, you stop at like 9:45, whatever all the rules are. But just the concept is just creating a community gathering place that people just would love to, you know, come out and just hang out and enjoy some good food. But I have been talking to a lot of the wineries and breweries, and you know, they're pretty excited. Could be on an off night, not a weekend where they're busy at their wineries. So, you know, that's pretty much, you know, my presentation. Just I want to make this place more vibrant. Just use it. And you know, right now it is kind of a lost leader for the city. You know, it's a break even or maybe a little bit of loss with maintenance and employee time and all that. At least here, I think you can, you know, if you can bring in a net positive 40, 50,000 a year on something you're losing money at right now, I think that'd be a positive on top of all the stuff that I'm willing to give back to the community for. So I don't know if you have any questions or if you want to just.
So, Sean, I think what you're looking for at this point is not a big conversation about this, but a sense of whether this is something we're just totally not interested in and it's dead on arrival, or whether there's interest here in digging in deeper and fleshing this out.
Yeah, I mean, I could have agendized it so that you could have given some decisions, but I try not to do that because there's some detail that Tom and I need to work out. Like, for example, one question that, you know, I suspect people would have is, well, you know, gee, Sean, we receive revenues from rentals. What happens when this is all, if this was all folded under Clay City? And so the answer to that, we'd have to work it out a little bit more, but generally the answer is similar to the William Jessup agreement, just this last meeting. We would basically figure out what an average amount that we generally collect on a yearly basis is. So whatever that dollar figure is, and we'd set that as the yearly lease payment so that the fund is in no different position than it always otherwise would have been. And then on the net profit discussion, we have to kind of look into that. I think that what Tom said is accurate. The point of a community center or a pavilion is never to make a bunch of revenue. It would be unaffordable for people to use if we were charging true cost. So it is a public benefit. In discussing it with him, part of it is making sure that it works for him and it also continues to work for the community. So it's still an affordable place to go rent for a wedding, for example. And I think there's room there to work on it. I guess what I'd like to know from council is, it would be not much work, since we've had some preliminary conversations, for me to put it all into some key things that I need direction on. And some of the questions would be, A, you know, how do you want to move forward with the general confines of this agreement? Are there things that you're concerned about? Do you, because talked with Christine about this, because this is not a lease, it would be a license. You don't have the same type of sort of like general RFP procedures you would have for other types of things, but you could do that if you wanted to. So there's just a lot of policy questions that I'd like to put together in a package and have you think on a little bit in a meeting in the future, if you wanted to proceed down the road of exploring it.
Questions or comments?
I have one question that I just wasn't clear about. So would that mean that you would be in charge of renting out the whole building instead of
Yeah.
the staff? Okay.
Well,
Yeah, the
yeah, I'd be
operator.
operating.
The operator, okay.
Your mic.
I certainly think it's worthwhile exploring. I'm sitting there thinking the market, well, an indoor barn market will work better than the Bierman Plaza Market and Street Market that we've had in the past, possibly. So if you're willing to put the time in to come up with conceptually, then I think we need to listen to that. And you're right, the first question in your briefing at the end is, should we take this any further?
Well, I definitely, I'm interested for sure. I'm pretty much in favor because it is, that area is very underutilized. It just sits there for most of the year. Why not make it something really great? So I'm interested in moving forward.
But the devil's is really in the detail. You'd have to work it out with Sean, to come up with their agreement. So people could use it in addition to yourself. And you'd be the operator.
Yeah.
Attorney.
Yeah, I would say that, yes, absolutely. I've heard talk of people trying to steal Tom from us and
I didn't want to go there.
having this go to a different city. And
So within this 5-year license, there's something grounding him to Lincoln.
well, and I think of all, when I went to Hawaii, all the places that you wanted to go check out, right? Someone's like, oh, you've got to go try this place, right? Well, I want that to be, hey, when you go to Lincoln, you've got to go to Clay City Barbecue and you've got to check it out. And it's like a go-to, that's where we go kind of a place. I think that's a great idea.
And this is a real long-term, I mean, my son, who's probably a better barbecuer than I am, he's been doing it since he's 12 at my restaurants, but I really, having grandchildren now and just thinking about the future, I've been doing this for 20, 25 years. In all full disclosure, at first I was looking in the county, but as most of you know, I think I've told you all, you can spend $3 million on a brand new event center and do 12 events a year. I mean, that's the bottom line. Can't build in the county. It's just too regulated. And in the city limits, we can do more. And that's why this, like I said, this all hit me months ago, how perfect this location is to just make it more of a destination place.
This could potentially be our more down home version of the event center in Rockland.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, and there is, in that outdoor area, there is actually more than enough space for you to do smaller venues.
Oh, yeah.
Outdoor wedding venues, not just in the big barn, but.
Yep.
back
Yeah, you
there
got
as
beautiful
well.
grass area, the
Yep.
birch tree. Yeah.
Yep, and the Rotary barbecue area, that I haven't seen used in 15 years.
Yeah.
If you can fire that up and restore that and get it going.
That's one of the,
I know some Rotarians that would be happy to kick in and help out. So,
I mean, all in all, I mean, most of you know me and I, even to my own detriment, I think of other people's good first myself, and, but again, this could be a really cool community-based, event, venture. And, yes, it'll be, my home base for my barbecue business. But, I do want to focus on, and I'll hold them to account, whoever I have as a vendor there. Not going to charge them, but I'm going to be watching their Facebook or whatever, Instagram, making sure they're telling people, I want to serve barbecue, you want to sell product. Let's make sure you promote it. That's all I ask.
Personally, I'm intrigued by this, and I think we should most definitely explore it further. So if the two of you could get together and flesh this out so that we can have something substantial to make some decisions about, that'd be great. Thank you, Tom.
All right, well, thank you guys. Have a good night.
You bet. We've been at this for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I know a lot of you are here waiting for public comment. I think if you don't mind, we're going to take a very quick 5-minute break and then jump back into the rest of our agenda. Truly 5 minutes, Dan.
emergency broadcasting system, create a panic, and then mess up all the traffic lights to create traffic jams. They're thinking they can disrupt the truckers where they can't bring us food and water. All of these things that just open up a thing. So in this one thing here, it says cities are getting smarter and much easier to hack. What they're talking about makes sense. It's like a used car salesman. They want to sell you a car and they say, look at the pretty paint job. But don't listen to that noise. That's telling you the car is working. And that's what they're doing here with these cities, smart systems that they're building. They're not taking the time to put in safeguards because they don't want to spend the money. And they're trying to get it out faster than the competition. So what they're doing is they're saying, oh, don't worry about this. Don't worry. This thing has got all the safeguards you need. And in reality, they're not. And that's what these cities are starting to find out. But in addition to all of that, it's the third and fourth party. It's not the city. The city is going to be on the hook for car accidents, be on the hook financial and for physical damage. But it's more than that. It's, for example, they're talking about in here, we all heard about the 40 million customers of Target that got hacked. That did not go in directly into Target. They got in there through the air conditioner vendor. I mean, imagine that. They went through the air conditioner vendor and then got all the customers' information at Target. And that's how they can do it any one of 100 different ways. But the basic line is this. In Clapper himself, there's another one in here. Clapper's talking about how the CIA is spying on people. I don't know if anybody's seen this segment last night on Newsmax with Judge Napolitano. You talk about
We
something.
haven't, Dan, but I'm going to need to.
Did you see that?
I did not, but I'm going to need to ask you to wrap up your comments. If you would,
You
please.
think I'm a conspiracy theorist?
Hey,
I'm sure you do. I
my-
know you do.
My wife wants me to tear out our our thermostat because it's got a microphone in it.
Judge Napolitano is saying that the CIA isn't just thinking about this. They went to Congress and proposed it. They spent $22 million, designed clothing, including underwear, that has sensors in it that could tell where we're at, what we're doing, and our physical condition 24/7. And like Judge Napolitano said, with all of this different cyberware and everything, and what the CIA is planning, if we don't push back on it and stop it, we will lose all of our freedom, just like that. So it reminds me of Benjamin Franklin. If you think you want to give up a little bit of your freedom for security, you'll end up with neither freedom or security. So I want to leave this with you because
Leave it with the
there's
clerk if you
just
would.
too much to talk about
Yeah,
tonight.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Oh, and by the way, if we could, I'm talking about, my email thing is overloaded. If we could get the city to put up something on where they stand on this and what your future plans are for the smart city. But I'm really asking you, look at this stuff and look at all the other stuff because, man, we're going down a dangerous.
And we all appreciate that. This smart city conversation, I don't know where, well, we do know where it originated, but the city has no interest and is making no effort to become a smart city. It's just not even on the radar. It's not anything we're doing.
There was another segment I was listening to, this scientist building this artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
He had to shut it down because he thought it was turning on him. Imagine.
Actually, I heard that they tweaked all the artificial intelligence because it was all becoming conservative. So, all right, we'll move on. Susan, I think has left, yeah. Sure, go ahead, Mary.
Mary Nader from Lincoln, California. We'd like to have that added to the agenda if we could.
Pull the
for
mic down.
next time.
Sorry.
We'd like to have that added to the agenda if we could for next time, so that we know that any grants or anything that may come through for you guys, that there's no tag along things to it that they can take advantage of. So
What would you, I don't know.
to
what
talk
type-
about the smart cities.
Just have a conversation about it, even though we have no interest in becoming that?
Well, Jen, do you know anything about going to the
She went
last
to, she went
conference?
to an IT
Yes.
conference, and you can tell. that
Mary,
we've-
we
benefited
spent an
greatly.
hour and a
Talked
half,
about it,
we
but-
spent an hour and a half talking about it the other day.
But the only thing is, I'm afraid that if we take some benefits from the things they want to offer us, if we ever go again, because who knows, you guys might say no, but the next council may say something about it next. ones.
I wouldn't know how to agendize that.
No.
What
You don't.
action could be taken?
Go ahead.
Yes. So just in case people don't have all the background on this, I authorized Jen to attend the Smart Cities Conference in Denver this last session for a number of reasons. One is that ostensibly it is a technology conference for a variety of hardware and software and all types of things. And to the gentleman's point before, yeah, we certainly are concerned about security. We do pretty rigorous, they call it penetration testing here at the City of Lincoln to make sure that our various electronic devices we're all using in this very room are protected at all times. That her attendance at the conference is critical to us making sure that we're aware of emerging technologies that save money. That's the bottom line. Every single conference that any of the staff here attend, and even the council for that matter, sometimes there are sessions and items that would not be useful to us, or maybe they have a political perspective that is not shared by the overall community. That, from a staff level at least, is not the intent for why we attend those types of conferences. So if council would like, I'm sure Jen would be very happy to take a few minutes and present what she learned and the value she derived from that conference. But frankly, the training of our staff is really my responsibility to administer and maintain, and I think it added value. Otherwise, we wouldn't have paid for it.
Well, and Sean, I shared her report that she wrote on that meeting on Saturday, but it would be good for other people too. But I did share the report that she wrote, and it was very helpful.
Okay. So Mayor, did you want us to agendize just sort of an update about what you learned, or?
I'm fine with receiving that report, but I don't personally need it. See what the rest of the council wants. You are correct. It's your staff, and the appropriate training that's needed for your staff is not something we necessarily need to oversee.
Yeah, well, I guess what I would just say to the most recent comment is we are not allowed, to be clear, as staff to set any kind of policy for the city, period. So we would not commit to any kind of program or initiative or policy that wasn't right in front of you with ample comment for you to decide. And
No current council can bind what a future council is going to do. So any action, even if we wanted to take an action, say, we have no interest in this and we prohibit any future council from taking such an action, it's meaningless.
correct, and we wouldn't attend, I don't even be aware of any, but we wouldn't attend any type of conference that required that the city adopt some type of initiative or perspective. I mean, that's just not what we do.
So we probably talked about this for too long on public comment, but we'll go ahead and move on. And what is the desire of the council? Would you like a report out?
I don't know what a smart city is. I know what the technology that makes up parts that makes it smart. Brought up about being able to stop all the water, turn all the lights off, or stop lights, change a Jeep so that it doesn't work or it works backwards. That exists, has nothing to do at all with the smart city. That's technology. If you want us to say we have no interest in technology, I certainly couldn't buy any future council, and I wouldn't buy myself to say I don't want any technology. We do pay attention to the security of our technology. We do need technology to operate our sewer system, our technology to operate our waste treatment plant. It's all technology based. That's the way you get whether you're security aware or not, that's an entirely different issue. And I think we've already proved, at least in our utilities, that we are. So,
Well,
you don't buy a smart city. I don't know what it is.
well,
Box.
and to their benefit too, I also expressed that, to Mary's point, was that if we do receive grant funding for whatever it is, we're very careful about that there's not nefarious strings attached, or there's things that are going to bind us. And sometimes we choose not to take money, but the money that we get is for a specific purpose and it's for the good of the city. There's nothing pulling, no puppet strings that we have to play into anything that's going to hurt the citizens. And then I've also, in our conversation on Saturday, said, if you hear of something, some new technology or some kind of thing that worries you that you think might be approached to the city, then let us know and we're happy to hear about it. But yeah, to my point on Saturday, we are not doing that. We're not interested in that. And we don't have the time. Our staff does a great job running the city, but they don't have time to, deal with that. But we have worked really hard to be security safe, as Dan said, so.
So I don't think we need to come back and agendize this. I truly don't. So why don't we go ahead and move forward. Mr. Garabedian, I know you're back there somewhere. Hiding behind the screen for me. So I'm here to
I can mount this here for, keep it from falling on the floor.
not so much.
Didn't succeed so far. Thank you. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I see my time started running. Okay. So, okay. So I'm here to talk about something that I think is okay. I hope I could have a few minutes to get on with this. So tomorrow is a major day in the history of the city, which I'm sure some of you are aware of, maybe one of those important days in history. At 4 o'clock in the Board of Supervisor chambers, the local government commission meets again, the LAFCO, Local Agency Information Commission, which was mentioned earlier, talking about the tax sharing agreements, where those are take place during procedures there. So the thing that I'm talking about is adding 7 square miles to the city by annexation. That's what's on their agenda tomorrow. As some of you know, if you look at it from north to south, it's from Nicholas Road down to Moore, half a mile north of Nicholas Road, a half mile below Moore, and then from basically 3.5 miles east of Fittyman, or west of Fittyman, and maybe 4.5 miles west of Fittyman. I think of it as adding 4.5 miles to the police's their patrolling coverage. Such a major stretch out there. So, and just for perspective, the city now is about 23 square miles, I think, something like that. And this would add 7 square miles. And just for perspective, San Francisco's about 50 square miles. Some of you may have driven the 49 mile scenic drive and so forth. So I think the most important thing I could do here is just summarize the, if I can get organized, summarize what the law and what LAFCO does.
First of all, the legislative declaration is to encourage the orderly growth and development which are essential to the social, fiscal, and economic well-being of the state. And so these issues here, what they recognize is the need for the logical formation of local agency boundaries and promoting the orderly development and for dealing with urban sprawl, balancing these different boundaries, the encouraging of open space, protecting open space and agricultural lands, and efficiently extending government services, and summing it up to say what they do, what they're supposed to do, is weigh the total community service needs against the total financial resources available for securing community services. I mean, this is what you all try to do all the time, basically, but then this gets into the question of adding lands. Now, in my opinion, the public, if the city public is not engaged enough in that process to really know what's going on and how critical a decision like tomorrow is. And I'm not sure what the answer is, but some kind of insert in the newspaper or something that has a way so that people can have an idea of what they think the development should be and how it should be and what the future should be. So that's my basic message. And I thought it was important to point out that this event tomorrow is an incomparably important decision amongst all the decisions are being made. And I think that given the size of the city and how it's growing, it's critical to figure out how to get people engaged in making sure the city, or at least having a voice in what its future is.
We agree, Mr. Garabay. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't wait. That's all.
Mayor, we do have a hand raised on Zoom as well.
Okay, let me go ahead. I've got one more card and then we'll go to the individual on Zoom. Don Veltri.
Hi,
Hi.
good evening. Thank you for letting me come tonight. I just wanted to share the community update as suggested by Councilmember Brown a few months back. So just to kind of keep you informed. The fence that was done on Gateway Drive at the Ravine area went up, as you know. It has decreased a lot of the traffic by about 90%. I asked the home that was really at the corner of it and said, how did it work? And they said, oh my gosh, it's really, really decreased a lot. Of course, when those things happen, you know, when a door closes, an open window. So they've found other ways to do things, but not in the same amount of manner and people. I also wanted to share that the code enforcement group, they do come and they follow up with the beautiful Angels Adopt a Creek group. I love them. They're phenomenal. Actually, one of our residents wanted to go down on Wednesdays and help also because it was really inspirational. So I just want you to know that that works really well also. So please, I hope those angels still keep their wings and want to keep coming to help clean up the areas because more keeps coming and coming as far as the trash that has been there and it's been cleaned up. It's been beautiful. The code enforcement came and tried to make them all 10 by 10s, still working on it because it's been years that they've been there. There was some question about cars that were parked because now there's many cars. There's about 6 to 10 cars that park there during the day now. It's more away from our development, but it's down now towards the post office area. And graciously, someone from the council, or maybe it was Miss Christine, had the traffic officer call me personally and share with me some options for resolution. So I appreciated that. I had some questions about permits and he said, actually texted me or emailed me today and said he's taking it to his bosses to come up with some resolutions because we talked about maybe some 2-hour parking, but then the resident said, well, what if I have a party? I don't have enough permits to give to my friends that are coming for the party that we're allowed to have. So we're still working on that. And just wanted to say that this morning there was an incident. Of course, when I left for work at 05:45, there was someone walking in our alleys and looking in the trash and lurking when I'm driving. So I called the LPD. They called me back immediately and they went out right away. So I want to say positive support has been shown and given. I appreciate that. The community appreciates that and the HOA appreciates that. We're getting cameras put in December for for the area that has the most traffic. So that would help the HOA and hopefully the community to be able to see things. So thank you for letting me share and thank you for all of your work and efforts. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Don. Who do we have online?
Fran, please go ahead.
Hi, it's Fran Nevis over here in 12 Bridges. First of all, I'm just really surprised that the citizens addressing the council are so late in the meeting now. I mean, when I first started watching, the room was packed and I imagine a lot of people had to go home. You know, they go to work and they've got kids to go put in school tomorrow. So I just thought, I felt really sorry for all those people in those Richmond American homes that can't get their homes fixed. And it seemed like most of them that were there seemed to have English as their second language. And, but I understood perfectly clear everything they said, even though that Thomas person said that sometimes there seems to be, they don't understand what they want. I understood them. And the other thing about the smart cities, our name is on that list and maybe you don't want to agendize it or anything, but maybe you need to make some kind of statement or maybe the reporter will put something in the paper saying that you are, all those positions that you just said, it isn't anywhere in writing or clear. Maybe you need to make a clear statement about what Lincoln's situation is. I agree we need all the technology. I'm glad somebody went and represented us, but our name's still on that list. So a lot of people are kind of concerned and maybe you could address that. So thanks for all you do. I think what Tom Indrieri had to say was really great about developing the pavilion down there for more people to use. That, I mean, there's so much great things going on in our city. But I'm glad I'm home and not down there.
It's an
It's too
unusual
late.
night for us, Fran. We had,
A lot of
yeah,
presentations.
seven presentations tonight.
Yeah, a lot of presentations. That's the record. Anyway,
Probably
okay.
is.
Well, thanks. Nice to
Thank you,
see you
Fran.
all in town.
Fran, I also wanted to address your comment about our name is on the list. Our name is on the list because Jen went to the conference. When was that, Jen? A couple months ago? This year sometime. Our name was on the list for 2023 attendees. That's the only reason our name is on the list. We're not going next year. You can't even register for next year. That's why our name is on the list. So,
Okay, but
yeah.
see, if the public knows that, that's what I'm saying. You're saying it and anybody who hears you hears it. But there's a lot of people out there who are, it's gossip, it's a rumor.
Well,
So
I spent an hour and a half with a room full of people at the meeting at Rayleigh's on Saturday. And my hope was that they would get the word out all over social media, the way this thing has been shared, because it went really fast. So I'm thinking my comments to them and our comments to here can go really fast through the same mode.
Okay. Still, it'd be nice to have it on record, but thank you anyway.
It's been very much on record tonight.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Fran. Anyone else online? Tony, you want to?
Okay, good evening again, council. I mentioned, I think it was the last meeting when I called in, the traffic around John Adams at school pickup and drop off is very intense. I'd like to know if there's plans to do another traffic study. So I'd love to hear about that and compare that traffic study with the original EIR that was done, whenever that was done. There's also been some reports in my neighborhood that the lights at Parkside and South Creek are unreliable. Seems that one side is sitting at a red light when it should be green, when the other light across the street is green. So I would hope that someone is reaching out to the concerned resident who's been in touch with the engineering department about that. Huntington Beach City Council last week passed a a resolution, not a resolution, but they proposed to their city government to put a resolution on their next agenda to ban mask and vaccine mandates for COVID. And I'm wondering if the city council would be interested in doing the same for our city and the children in our city. I hear you on the smart city, those of you that know about it. But I think what maybe, one, our residents are concerned because we're not seeing on social media the city's position on that, and our name still is on the attendee list. We're seeing a lot of water-wise posts from the city of Lincoln on our Facebook page, but nothing about our stance on the smart city stance. So from a communication standpoint, be great to see that our city doesn't support that. And perhaps you do agendize that and put that on a resolution. And you as a council right now, do that, pass that to protect the citizens that you're representing right now. It'd be great to see. I understand we can't control the future, but say somehow the government moves quickly here in California and SATCOG ties smart city requirements to something. And here we are dealing with SATCOG requiring us to build and include smart city technology. Just a thought. So maybe a resolution on an agenda would be appropriate. And then I'm also curious about if committee members or commissioners are able now to sit on this side of the rope. I see someone who's not city staff.
There
to my
were
knowledge.
not enough seats at the time.
Oh, okay. Well, after the break, I think there were, so. Just wondering about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Melanie. So it needs to be said that SACOG cannot force us to do anything. They have no land use authority. They have no authority over us. We are in fact a member of SACOG, and we fight tooth and nail to protect our sovereignty and all that. SACOG is an odd animal required by the state, but is not an actual elected government body. It is made up of representatives of each of our communities, but it does not have authority to force us into anything. Anyone else in the room? Mr. Chapman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Albert Schreiber gave me a document that he wanted me to read in his behalf. He couldn't make it to the meeting tonight, nor his wife, and he couldn't be on Zoom as well. So they asked me to do this, and then I simply have a comment for myself. I'll try to keep it short. He had started out by saying that noting that the public outcry for the water, sewage, garbage items and the increase in that, and how the public outcry for why it and how it happened the way it did. He wanted me to go ahead and share simply by saying that he wanted the public to know via this platform that the city, as Mr. Garabedian had mentioned a moment ago, is trying to annex a little over, or maybe not over, right around 5,000 acres. Specifically, he said not 50, not 500, but close to 5,000. And in doing so, that takes in Village 5 and 7. And that truly, I've been to several meetings up at the Placer County myself. And basically, it's a huge issue on how can Lincoln take care of the services, the safety services, fire department, police department. How can they, at what point does the city get to the point where we can get up to the safety limit and staff of first responders? So he's very, very concerned about that. I too am also concerned about that. But he wants everyone to know that at least be aware of it. It's a huge piece of property. I know there's a whole lot of items going on with it, but his concern is the fact that if we've had problems in the past with various things like this, the fear is what you're going to have when we're exploding beyond where we can handle and how we get there. If we can't get there here at this point, how are we going to get there there? And that's his final word. For myself, I did like the presentation about the dogs for the disabled. Interesting fact, I was hoping they were going to bring it up. On average, and this is with volunteer time and everything, it costs approximately $50,000 per dog. A lot of people don't realize that. There's like 7 to 8 people involved from the pup is born, and then it goes to various people along the line. And for those, my personal thought is it's for those that get that pup to the point where they're training it to do the basic needs and then have to give that off. That's a really tough road. I've known people and seen that happen. So that's a big test of volunteering. As for myself, I wanted to discuss the issue of, back in February, I'd addressed the council and had said that I was still concerned that the baseball park at the center bleachers is still not accessible for people in wheelchairs or walkers. I did speak to.
Byron, just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, I've extended time for a few other people tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
I'll try to make this brief. At that time, I did have a council member meet me out there and we kind of did the dog and pony show and what was there. It was a good exchange of ideas and things. And then fast forward to here, after a couple of talks, nothing, zero. I was out at the park the other day and saw no renovation whatsoever on that. Again, it says, particularly on this card, just so happens to show up tonight, basically it says that the disabled community is not just required, but morally, civically, and legally to have accessibility for like everyone else that could be possibly happen. And going to a ballpark, going to a play, going to a hotel, going to your favorite restaurant, all those things, it's been 33 years and it gets longer every day. Most importantly, the number of disabled people increases every year by at least 15%. Baby boomers, accidents, things happen. So my concern with that is simply this. I've come to the council, I've talked about it. Basically what I'm doing tonight is simply putting it on the record. I don't hide anything. I let you know exactly what's going on. I'm a very patient individual, but my patience is growing thin. As of January the 24th, in 2017, the mayor at the time for this city had said we're on phase 2 of the ballpark. And it's amazing what everyone has done at that ballpark. And it is already known that the city doesn't always put all of that money there. There are other contributors that donate funds and things, and that's terrific. It should be. But the bottom line is you can't keep doing that and making the changes that everyone really enjoys and everyone likes, with the exception of the disabled community. And I don't see any action happening on your end. I just wanted to share that piece of information with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I respond to that just real quickly? So, yeah, I did meet Mr. Chapman out there, and Mr. Chapman, I have spoke to city staff a few times asking about it, and Sean has assured me that we are going to do it. We just ran out of time this summer, but Sean, can you respond to that?
Yeah, so the treatment or the improvement, there's a few different ways to tackle it. And the actual code as it relates to what is required under not only the Uniform Building Code, but also the ADA and accessibility laws is, especially as it relates to sports facilities and things like that, is a bit more nuanced. And so we want to make sure that whatever investment we're making actually addresses the issue. It doesn't just treat one complaint. So we want to make sure that the treatment is appropriate. And so that's required a bit of extra research, and it's generally a non-budgeted item. So we've got to come up with a couple dollars to make it work, but we think we have a solution. So once the seasons are over, we're going to have a little bit of time, and we could do this kind of work in wet weather generally. And so we'll give an update when we have a date specific.
Sounds good. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
All right, that ends our public comment for this evening. We're at 9:02 and just jumping to our consent agenda. So my hope is we can move through all this fairly swiftly and get everybody out of here by about 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, yeah. Any members of the council wishing to pull an item from consent tonight?
No, sir.
Seeing none, any member of the public wish to have the council pull an item from consent for discussion? None in the room, anyone online?
No one online, Mayor.
Right, I'll accept a motion for the entirety of the consent agenda.
I move approval of consent. Oh, you can take it from Bill, that's fine. I'll do second.
Motion, Lawrenson. And
Second, Andriota.
second, Andriana. It's
Yes.
been so long since we've done a motion. and a
I
second.
know.
Councilmember Lauritsen,
Yes.
Councilmember Andriana.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Carl Skint.
Yep.
And Mayor Joyner.
Yes. Completes our consent agenda. We move on to public hearings. Item 9A, adopt a resolution 2023-173, approving a tentative subdivision map for Lincoln Place, subdividing 2 lots totaling 5.32 acres in size into 21 single-family lots ranging in size from 7,000 square feet to 8,645 square feet. I am going to be recusing myself from this item tonight, as my family's property is directly adjacent to this property. So I'll hand the gavel to Vice Mayor Carlskin.
Efren? Yes, good evening, City Council. Efren Sanchez, Senior Planner with Community Development Department. The project we have before you is a tentative subdivision map request to divide 2 parcels into 21 single-family residential lots and 3 landscape lettered lots known as Lincoln Place, submitted by Baker Williams Engineering Group on behalf of property owner Janie Hoffman Trust. So a little bit of background and context on this project. In 2011, City Council approved Nicholas Place, which was the early version of Lincoln Place. Under Resolution 2011-009, City Council authorized the development of 19 single-family residential lots. The City Council also certified an initial study mitigated neg deck for the same 5.32 acre project site. Unfortunately, in January 2017, Nicholas Place tentative subdivision map expired with no final map recorded. Subsequently, in 2021, the applicant submitted a new tentative subdivision map application. After multiple submissions, meetings, coordination, and iterations with the map, the Lincoln Place tentative subdivision map is the most recent request to subdivide the 2 lots into 21 single-family residential lots with 3 landscape lettered lots. The difference between the 2011 map and the map that was approved and the most current version is an increase in 2 residential lots. In July 19, 2023, the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing to consider this project request. The discussion and deliberation focused on road connectivity with adjacent properties, sidewalk design, and potential trail connection into the storm drain easement on lettered lot A. Ultimately, the PC made a motion to recommend the City Council approve this project. The property is located near the southeast corner of Nicholas Road and Joyner Parkway. The property is an R1 single-family residential lot with a general plan land use designation of low-density residential. The allowed density range in the LDR is 3 to 5.9 dwelling units per acre. The project is proposed to have a density of 3.94 dwelling units to the acre. This slide you see here, that's the location highlighted in blue. The lots will range in size from 7,000 square feet to 8,645 square feet. Primary access will be from Nicholas Road via right in, right out intersection with a cul-de-sac and street stub out for future connectivity to adjacent development. The roadway and cul-de-sac are designed to accommodate turning movement for both solid waste vehicles and fire trucks. Full improvements are proposed along Nicholas Road to include curb, gutter, and sidewalk, along with a 6-foot tall masonry cell wall. Findings: the project is consistent with the applicable standards of the general plan, such as the general plan policies related to subdivision design, as outlined here in this slide. The project was reviewed and complies with Title 17 subdivisions and Title 18 zoning for lot size, width, depth, and roadway design. The project meets the criteria CEQA guidelines 15162 as the previously certified initial study mitigated neg deck for Nicholas Place adequately addressed the potential impacts of developing the 5.32 acre site for residential development. The increase of 2 lots with the current proposed project does not constitute a substantial change that would require major revisions to the previous negative declaration. Therefore, the previously adopted mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Nicholas Place continues to apply to this project site. So the Planning Commission recommends the City Council conduct a public hearing, consider the information and findings in the staff report, as well as public comments, and adopt Resolution 2023-173, determining that the environmental impacts have been adequately addressed under the Nicholas Place initial study mitigated neg deck, and that further analysis is not required under Section 15162 of the CEQA guidelines, and also approve the Lincoln Place tentative subdivision map. This concludes my presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions. Also, the project engineer is here in the room and is representing the applicant and can answer any questions you may have as well.
Yeah, I have a question. Efren, can you go back to the map of the location? Are you able to do that?
Yes.
I'm trying to visualize, because I know where that's that I live down there. Is that the corner where the PG&E substation is right there, or is that the other side?
It's adjacent. You can kind of see these faint parcel lines, property lines here. And so it's the one right after that. It's the ones highlighted in blue. So there's 2 existing dwellings on there that would be demolished and removed, and then in its place would be this subdivision here.
So it's on the side behind the PG&E block right there, on that same side?
Same side as the PG&E
Okay.
block. The
Okay.
PG&E block is here, so it would be west
Okay,
from that.
I'm just trying to visualize because you got the park, then you've got the other property that they're building 200 houses on someday, and then across the street. Okay, I'm just trying to, because there's a lot of land in there. I'm just trying to visualize where exactly you're talking about.
No, yeah, that's a good point. And then just for more context, Fosker Ranch is to the north. You
Gotcha.
have Pacific.
Yeah,
Pacific.
it's right there. Okay,
Yeah.
that's, okay.
The lumber place, and then you have Fullerton Ranch, the woods over here.
Gotcha.
Brand new
Okay.
created
Yeah,
subdivision.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Any members of the public wishing to comment, make testimony on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. For discussion or vote.
So they're asking to split the lot into basically 2 pieces. Is that what we're doing here? Yep.
So it's currently 2 parcels.
Yeah.
So it's 2 properties, and the request is to subdivide the 2 parcels into this 21
okay.
lots with improvements.
Is there any,
That's a lot.
yeah, it is. I notice, of course, the other landowners that are, kind of in between that and the woods. Has there been any discussions as to any additional landowners that are wanting to sell to kind of complete that out? Or, if we have that one, we say, yeah, go ahead and do that on that one corner. Sometimes you end up with that same scenario where you got 1 or 2 landowners right in the very middle there that just don't want to sell and for future, and now you've got broken up.
Well, I think right next to this joint. They're planning on building some.
Okay, she answered my question. That was good
So-
enough for me.
So, I guess my other question is, was the original plan always for 21 homes or 19? And how,
Correct, 19.
19, okay.
And so. I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, the property we have for you is Lincoln Place, so that's the subdivision here. There is another project that's currently in our review that's, known as Lincoln 14, and that's the property that would wrap around this here. And so we did get like a pre-application, so nothing official for another property that's over here, Lincoln Oaks. And then, so as these sort of like ranchettes come into line to like are willing to sell, then, those will be developed in the future. But one of the biggest things I want to point out is that with this project, I mean, being the first one to come in, we were really sensitive of how many intersections are created off of Nicholas Road, just because it is an arterial road per general plan, it's classified as an arterial road. And so the connectivity is one of the issues that we did wrestle with, and we were able to come to an agreement to have this sort of design that has the stub out for future development to the left.
And so with that, coming in and out of that, you can only do that from that one side, right? You're not gonna, it's too, in my opinion, looking at it just without measuring it out, a little too soon to be able to turn left into that court.
So on
If
Nicholas,
it was going westbound, right? So they'd
yes,
only be able to enter from Nicholas going eastbound.
correct. Yeah, going eastbound, so it's right in, right out, and because it is an arterial road, it has a middle divider. So essentially, if you wanted to make a left out of here, you would have to go to the actual street light. So you would have to go here. You can kind of see the medium divider there.
Mhm.
So go here and then go into the far left lane and then make a U-turn to then go that way.
Where is, go back to that map there, please. And I'm sorry if I know I'm being very, from where the lot is there, what you're showing, where is the Joyner Grove behind that? Where is that in relation?
Joyner Grove.
If
Yeah.
you move,
Oh.
she's talking about the Oak Grove. So if you move your thing, Efren, south, like to the very south of the map or bottom of the map that you're on, you just move that downwards or on the actual subdivision map.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Right there. Where the cul-de-sac ends is where it's off a little bit more to the east, but that's essentially where Joyner Grove is behind.
I'm just a little concerned with the developments that have come forward already, and then this one, and then we're talking about the next one coming online, that it seems to me that there's gonna be Nicholas Road right there. Seems to me it's gonna be kind of a backlog and trouble getting in and out. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm super comfortable with that, but.
I think that's a really good point. I think that our development engineering manager, Lindy, or SP in development engineering are on Zoom tonight. And there was quite a bit of discussion about traffic, and maybe they could talk a little bit about that. Do you know, Christian?
Yeah, at Planning Commission, we did discuss that U-turn and the queuing there, and the potential for actually banning a U-turn there. And Lindy at that point at the Planning Commission said that we're never going to ban having a U-turn there. The queuing is adequate, and she didn't see any problems for what it's worth. I don't know if she's on right now still, but.
Okay, so if we think back a while to when, I guess it's called Joyner Ranch, the houses that are going to go in right by the park, is that what it's called? When the council approved that, we were told that they're going to, because when you come out of where we're talking about now and you go down Nicholas towards the high school, right now it's like 2 lanes and then it kind of comes in. They were talking about making that even narrower. Unless I'm remembering wrong. It wasn't making it wider, it was making it narrower. And so that concerned me at the time. And now we're adding more houses here. That's concerning me even more. Because it's it's already an issue, school time, drop off, pick up, all that. So I don't know. Maybe I just need a little bit more information, a little more convincing. What's the plan for that road moving forward?
Yeah, so I think that engineers on Zoom raise their hands
great.
because I saw them pop up. Maybe best to.
Can you hear me, Sean?
There he is. Go ahead.
Good evening, council. It's SB Senior Engineer. Yeah, so, I think we've tried to, right now, this is the only project that is coming in. So right now, that project is restricted to right in, right out. It was discussed. So the westbound traffic would have to kind of make a U-turn at Foskett Ranch, the signal to get in. So at some point when the Joyner property gets developed to the west or the one after that, then the idea was to kind of connect that left stub through that and then use the future connection, which would come through, basically would line up opposite Foskett Ranch. So that would become the primary access for all of these homes that would develop on the south side of Nicholas. So that would be then the future access, primary access point into all of these future communities south of Nicholas. Am I making sense? So essentially, we're trying to not have any more connections between Foskett Ranch and Joyner Parkway. The only one that would be this one, which is Nicholas Place, which would be a right in, right out. And we even toyed with the idea of once that connection goes through, we can possibly maybe restrict access off of Lincoln Place. So that's the background, discussion we've had and trying to restrict a lot more driveways or drive-through intersections off of Nicholas Road.
Okay, thank you for that.
I think they're discussing some more information to give us.
Yeah, this is the preliminary layout for Lincoln 14, the Joyner property. And it shows the connectivity off of Donatello Way at the bottom there and another outlet onto Joyner. So in a sense is kind of a release, another way out, which has been planned well in advance, much to someone's credit, well before me. And there's other ways out. So I think it kind of will naturally, or to some degree, alleviate that pressure on Nicholas as well.
Yeah, that was my biggest concern is having just what looked like one court into
Yeah.
Right,
It's
so
really
if-
dependent, like when the next map gets developed, it does show that connectivity. So
I mean, I don't know if it's too much to ask to have the tentative map. Or I guess if we approve the tentative map, we can still go back and say, well, we really need to have that come through so that there's a second way for people to get in and out.
it is planned
Is it?
that way to.
Okay, so even though it doesn't show it on
connect.
that
Mhm.
tentative, it's still gonna end up like that.
Yes,
So-
yep. And you can see Donatello has actually stubbed out now on the ground. It's
I
just
saw
sitting
that.
there waiting for the next parcel to move forward. So then that connection will happen.
With that. I move to adopt, approve it.
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawrenson,
Yes.
Councilmember Andriotta,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Carl Skint.
Yes. Okay. Could you notify our mayor that I will start out and go to item 10.
Moving on to general business, item 10A, adopt resolution 2023-174, establishing a utility assistance program and authorizing a one-time transfer of $200,000 of standard allowance monies to fund the program. Nita.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Nita Racker, City Finance Director for the city. Sorry, it's been a long evening. So in the interest of brevity, I would briefly state that as a result of adopting the updated rates, we wanted to find a way to provide assistance to our lowest income households and ratepayers within the city. And so we are bringing forward before you this proposed program, which would be funded by one-time dollars, the standard allowance, and would be available to anyone who meets an income requirement and is welcome to apply and receive a monthly benefit for up to 6 months. And that we would come back depending on the number of applicants in either a 3-month time or a 6-month time to report out regarding the number of applicants and the monies that have been paid out, and if the council would consider an additional influx of money into that, or if we should pursue other revenue sources.
Nothing more?
That's it. Thank you.
Pretty straightforward. I appreciate it. Thank you. Questions from the council?
No, thank you very much, Nita, for doing this.
Bill, anything? Well, I think we were all on board with this before you bring it forward. We appreciate you bringing it forward. I think it's exactly what we were looking for. I wish it was a little bit more, but every little bit will help, I think.
Yeah, and I think alternatively, I would say that if we get very few applicants, that we could come back within 3 months' time and say, we've only gotten this number of applicants. Let's raise the dollar up to use up the amount available within the 6-month period. We are going to reach out through multiple channels to notify our ratepayers, including we'll be putting a copy of this application in the next bill. So everybody who gets a bill will get an application.
Mayor, I did have one question. Nita, I know we talked about, when we first talked about this program, you guys said that you were going to use other agencies that there might be already be getting assistance from, just to help, vet each person
That's correct.
who applies. Is there a mechanism or a channel for maybe someone who hasn't been using any of the other resources, but when they start getting their bill, they find that they are really having a hard time? Can there be a place for that if someone who's not already in the system, for lack of a better term?
I
to
think
come
what I
and say-
would recommend is that they first apply to
yeah.
one of those other organizations, for example, LIHEAP or LIWAP.
Yeah,
And seek application and approval for that organization. And once that's approved, that we can bring them into our program.
both of those programs, do they cover Placer County?
They do.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, in fact, we have about 80-ish ratepayers and other customers who receive benefit from LIWAP.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The standard allowance, as now that we've committed it, is there a time frame now on its usage? I'm getting to the point of, if you don't have as many people as we think, you have a choice of either extending the program for longer than another 3 months or 6 months, or increasing the amount, either one.
Yes, yeah, these are general governmental dollars, and we can expend them as we see, regarding as long as there is a benefit to the community.
All right, there's nothing else from the council. I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? It's your opportunity. Seeing none, anyone online?
No, Mayor.
All right, I'll bring it back up here for a motion from the council.
I move approval of resolution 2023-174.
I second.
I have a motion, Andriata, second, Lawrenson. When roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Andriata,
Yes.
Councilmember Lauritsen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlskent,
Certainly.
and Mayor Joyner.
Yes. Item 10B, discussion and direction of the Community Development Block Grant CDBG entitlement jurisdiction status. Nita.
Thank you. So the city was notified by HUD that we have reached the population threshold, which allows us to become an entitlement jurisdiction or entitlement city. But in order to participate and accept that jurisdiction, we need to send them a notification via email. And prior to sending that notification, we are looking for the council's affirmation or direction that that is the council's wish. It does mean that we won't have to competitively compete in CDBG grants, that we will receive an entitlement each year, that that funding source is approved through the federal budget.
Can't imagine any one of us not being in favor of this.
Please do.
It doesn't prohibit us from applying for bigger grants.
That's correct.
Well, sort of. So federal and state level grants, correct, can apply for those. Any home or CDBG funds that are part of the consortium here locally in the county, we no longer, my understanding generally in the past has been that we could request funding if we had like an affordable housing project or something we wanted to request funding for, but typically they'll prioritize those communities that are not entitlement jurisdictions first, that are part of the consortium, and then, we're last. But I don't even think that we've received any funding out of any local CDBG consortium here in Placer County, at least certainly in the last many, many, many years. And Nita didn't mention it, but the really cool thing about this funding is it's very versatile. So you can't use it for anything, but if it's in support of affordable housing, if it's in support of some of our communities that are more disadvantaged than others, you can do infrastructure projects, you can pump it into parks, I believe we could probably even set some of this money aside for future utility assistance type programs. It's very broad what you can apply it to. And I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, and it isn't really a lot, but it's $220,000 roughly that we can use, we would not have in our budget for certain types of things. Like we have a lot of folks that come by with really neat affordable housing ideas. We have very little to contribute to those efforts.
I agree with the mayor that I can't.
No.
All right.
No resolution required, just
Yeah.
looking for your general direction.
Yeah, I think
You got it.
Thank you.
I do want to give the public a chance to speak on it if they wish to. Anyone in the room? No, online?
No.
All right. Thank you, Nita. Item 10C, adopt resolution 2023-175, approving the salary schedule for the newly established economic development and communications specialist. Veronica.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This evening, I'm here to present to you a newly established classification that we've called the Economic Development and Communications Specialist. The duty statement for this classification is attached to your packet. This position is intended to replace the Economic Development Manager position that we formerly utilized to perform duties of economic development. And this position, that position has been vacant for the last 2 years. And it was only responsible, like I said, for economic development. This position, however, has been developed in a manner that will serve a dual role. It will first advance the city's economic development goals, which are consistent with the council's 23-25 strategic plan, but it'll also serve as the official voice of the city. The concept for this position was developed by our city manager, Sean Scully. So I wanted to give him an opportunity to provide some insight as to what his vision is for this classification.
Yeah, so I think pretty much everybody on the council has said to me sooner or, recently, or even as far back as when I started, one of two statements or both. We really need that economic development position, or when are we getting a PIO? And so the problem is a problem of means. When we add new titles and positions, I'm always, especially positions like this, I'm always really careful about. It would have been fairly easy for me to simply keep the ED manager and then request approval for a PIO. But what I'm more interested in is learning through this process of understanding when you have somebody filling those roles, other than me part-time or Jen part-time or really everybody here, where our true gaps are. And economic development is an amorphous term, and in a really large organization, you may have a whole team of people that just do that work. Here, it's a group effort. Christian's involved in it. I'm involved in it. Folks behind me are involved in it. Our committees are involved in it. And so I want to see if maybe this is a good way to receive the services we need on that level as a group effort, and also meet the needs of communications, because that's really the part that I'm as excited about. Is you've heard it some here tonight. We do what we can to push out information through our social media, but I want this person to be, it'll be their job, essentially, not essentially, it will be their job every week, every day, to be thinking about ways that we can push out information that's useful to the community, that highlights the cool work we're doing, the things we're concerned about, whatever it may be. And a lot of that is going to team up with economic development efforts. So it may be that after a year or two, council or I determined that, hey, we need to split off these classifications into two separate lanes, but I'm interested to see how this works. It's a fairly unique opportunity. And most people that are really talented at economic development are also good communicators. They understand how to market. And so I'm interested to see what types of applicants we get, and hopefully it moves the needle for us. I know I'm really grateful to have the help when it shows up.
All right. Questions from the council?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, you're
I
not
have
done
more.
yet. All right.
Sorry. Yeah. So another component to this is this position. We want to ensure that it's aligned with the city's goals and objectives, and that it serves in the city's best interest. So this position will not be managerial as the former economic development manager was. This position will be unrepresented and will be on an employment agreement and part of the executive team, and will serve at the pleasure of the city manager. So I want to make sure that that was very clear. The next part is that we had to establish a new salary band because this position will be part of the executive team. And so the salary band itself is going to be established. There's a schedule in your packet. That's really what we need to have approved tonight based on CalPERS regs. But that band is consistent with the rest of the executive staff, or otherwise known as the department heads. But the actual entry point into the position, as far as the starting salary goes, will be based on market value. So the motion tonight is going to be for you to approve the actual salary schedule, but I just wanted to give you the background on the position and describe what it is that we're trying to accomplish with it.
I appreciate that. And so this is really kind of a first step to get us ready to be able to advertise for that position and do that recruitment. We absolutely need to do this without question. One of the concerns I have when we actually fill the position, John, is our last full-time PIO. It was the early stages of social media. She burned herself out trying to monitor and respond constantly to what's been called tonight gossip, trying to set the record straight on every different platform she could find. I think that's a rabbit hole we need to avoid at all costs. And so however you structure this and monitor their time, I'm going to be really interested in seeing.
Yeah, so I agree. It's one of the things that Jen and I talk a lot about. There are many cities that have created policies where they either turn off comments on all posts because, in my opinion, at least, Facebook and other similar platforms are really not an appropriate place to have a nuanced discussion about the complex things that we do. So, because you just can't communicate effectively where people are going to read the whole thing, right? And so one of the tasks will be to make sure that we want it to be a dialogue, but I think that what's more important is if this person is monitoring something that's occurring out in the community, instead of jumping into some sort of online debate, what we would probably direct instead is if we need to address it because it's a significant enough issue, for example, the smart cities issue that was brought up tonight, then you post something about that on our account that clarifies the position, and it's not going to be able to give every bit of information. The comm specialist isn't just going to be online. The expectation is in that instance or in any other, if it's really complex, then a meeting will have to, and that person will be there as our representative to explain in person, on the phone, on Zoom, whatever. So I think it's going to be more than just online. It's all types of communication.
Questions, comments before we go to the public?
No.
None? Any member of the public wish to comment on this? Mr. Garabedian.
Yes, thank you. Michael Garabedian, Placer County Tomorrow. So my first experience really of the city was when the then Economic Development Director, I think that was his title or something like that, gave a couple of presentations to the Rural Lincoln MAC. And those presentations focused around a list of pending subdivisions and the status of them and expected subdivision that seemed to be part of the person's job. I don't know what other things he may have done, but that's just a beginning of, I wonder, I'm curious about the background of the development function. If there's any, if this is the second job description, or if there have been earlier ones back 15 or so or more years ago for the person in this position. So if there's any thought or background about that as opposed to the participatory or responding to issues, PAO idea. That's what I'm.
So this is actually creating this position for the first time.
Right.
We've had standalone economic development managers with varying levels of success there. And it would not have been their job to go out to talk to the MAC. So it's a little unusual that they did that, but there may not have been a council member available to do that. That's really a courtesy that the city of Lincoln does that I've never seen before. The rural MACs are a county function. So for a representative, in this case, Ben Brown is our representative, to go out and update them on what's going on in the city of Lincoln is really unusual, but that's what we do for our neighbors. And so it would not be, that would not be something I would expect to be folded in to this person's role unless there was some incident that required that public face out there.
So it might be more in the nature of the Economic Development Committee that's meeting tomorrow?
Well, they would certainly, that the committee would be, in my mind, support, but in some respects, taking I don't want to say a staff role, but taking a lot of the weight off of that one individual's shoulders and helping them to develop that economic development program. They would be overseeing that, and obviously Sean would be overseeing them. So.
And what about the public approaching the person? Would that be expected, public involvement?
I certainly could, yeah. I would expect an economic development manager to be very active out in the community. Business attraction, business expansion, business retention. That's the role. And so you can't do that sitting in an office all the time on the phone. You got to be out and about.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Anyone else? Anyone online? All right, in that case, can I have a motion, please?
I'll motion.
Second.
Motion Brown, second Andriata. Roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Andriotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Carl Skint.
Yep.
Councilmember Lauritsen.
Yes.
And Mayor Joyner.
Yes. We move on to item 10D, update, discussion, and direction on the syringe service program application by Safer Alternatives Through Networking and Education, SANE.
Thank you, Mayor. We can take as much time as you need. I'm going to move through this fairly quickly. So first off, huge thanks to Councilmember Andriotta who tipped me on this. Chief and the police department had received notice from California Department of Public Health some weeks ago. But, frankly, providing notice at the very beginning of a 30-day notice period for something that's as expansive as a countywide syringe exchange program with, and I believe the report included their application, which anyone can read, which has a number of areas that are sort of obscure and unclear about how the program is administered. We've been playing defense on this for about 2 weeks. The county, a number of almost all of the other jurisdictions in Placer County have been buzzing about this for basically the last 10 days, at least on my level. What are we going to do? What are the concerns? So I'm going to synthesize it all really quickly. Harm reduction is a concept that people that use syringes, and especially in some cases, in many cases, folks that are using them for illicit purposes pass around those pieces of equipment, and then that's how diseases spread: AIDS, hepatitis, et cetera. And so it's been a long-standing practice in many places to try to reduce that public health impact by providing clean and available syringes, since the concept, and it's not only for drug addicts, it's also for people that need them for medical services. So we haven't, although there are places where folks can get that type of service in the county, we haven't had what's being proposed here, which is a mobile program that estimates that they would give out roughly 200,000 syringes, I suppose, on a yearly basis here in the county, delivered to homes and also to places where folks that maybe are unhoused are congregating. So Chief and I discussed this a lot early on because rather than dismissing it outright, we wanted to have a little bit of a discussion about like, what are the realistic public safety concerns? And I'm not going to speak for him, but I'm just going to go through, he's going to share some of his issues, and I'll be pretty transparent. Chief has, on behalf of the Lincoln Police Department and as responsible for our safety here in this community, has already issued basically signed a petition, a letter to oppose this. But this discussion tonight is really more broad than that. Our concern is there's the specifics within the application. It's really unclear how the process would work, and would it actually result in a net decrease of discarded needles in the community. We already experience hypodermic needle littering in public and private spaces. I hear about it all the time. And so we're concerned about anything that potentially could add to that. It's not clear per the application, at least in my mind, that you pull up to a place, someone has 8 or 9 dirty syringes, and then they get 8 or 9 to replace them. The sheriff's letter indicated that they are aware of a number of similar programs where they're just giving out dozens or hundreds of these. And our concern is that it actually might inadvertently make the situation we have of littering much worse. And then here's the major one that we've been kicking around internally, which is that we're concerned that these types of programs might actually encourage the use of intravenous addictive illegal narcotics, and creating a path for more easy use of those drugs. I'm not sure that from a public perspective that that's the best for the community. We have a significant problem, and Chief will speak to it, with fentanyl and a number of other drugs that do kill people here regularly. And I think that's just something we have to be realistic about. And so the question for the council, 2 things. One is under our zoning code, we have a restrictive zoning code. So if we received a business license from this business, and provided they're approved by California Department of Public Health, and they seek some sort of approval for us to have this service in town, my interpretation is that our code, because it's not listed as any of the uses, would be non-approvable or not allowed. That's how our code is written for kind of this purpose. The county has a very similar code, and in discussions with the county, Auburn, I believe Rockland just this evening, and I'm not sure about Roseville, but I suspect they will follow suit, all have chosen to move forward with urgency ordinances that layer on an extra level of protection that like, we're just being really clear that this specific use we are calling out is not allowed and is banned in Lincoln, for whatever period of time. And there's some opinion that there's really two thoughts to it. One is a legal opinion, which I'm sure Christine can talk to. And then the second is, I was thinking that it was sort of unnecessary to do that because I think our current rules sort of cover us. But something was brought up to me that if all of our peer agencies in the region go ahead and issue this urgency ordinance and we're the one that doesn't, then I think it kind of sets us as a magnet potentially. And I don't think getting into some sort of lengthy legal dispute over this, over just us not doing an urgency ordinance is probably, we can do it. It's not a whole lot of work. We can already probably copy a number of them that are out there. So that's really the direction we're seeking this evening. And then any direction the council would like to give about a joint city council signed letter or whatever, we'd be happy to draft that for signature as well, just to make the position, if that's your position. If it's not your position, alternatively, we would have to look at other opportunities to sort of address what the concerns are. But Chief, do you want to speak a little bit more just to like your position as chief? You're on
Sure.
red. There you go.
Red is on for me. So thank you, council. Due to the lateness of the evening, I'm going to have to refer to notes and not be able to pull all this from memory. So just to give you a little bit of background, a fact sheet put out by the California Department of Public Health, California Law and Syringe Service Programs. It's just some key points to know about syringe possession in California. Currently, it is lawful to possess syringes for personal use in California. Syringes possessed for personal use are not defined as drug paraphernalia pursuant to the Health and Safety Code. It is lawful to possess syringes that have been containerized for safe disposal. However, they don't need to be containerized in order to be lawful to possess. There's no number on the limit of syringes a person may possess. There's no age restriction on syringe possession. It's lawful to possess syringes obtained by any source, and the law does not require people to have documentation where they obtain syringes. Moving on to syringe distribution, there are methods in place to obtain syringes currently. Some key points: syringes may be dispensed without a prescription by physicians, pharmacists, or staff and volunteers of SSPs. There are no limit to the number of syringes that may be dispensed to a person by any one of these entities. SSPs and pharmacies are required to make syringe collection disposal services available. And physicians, pharmacists may dispense syringes to anyone 18 or older, and there are no age restrictions to receive syringes from an SSP. So that being said, just moving on to a little bit of the background of SANE, the organization that put in the application for the SSP. Per The Stranger, which is a news outlet from Seattle, the executive director, Shiloh Jama, who's the SSP administrator named on the application, is a lifelong drug user himself, who's formerly the director of the People's Harm Reduction Alliance in Seattle, and spent his career advocating for drug users, not against drug use. And per The Guardian, another news outlet, in 2017, he was head of the U.S. most extensive needle exchange program, handing out 34 million syringes and having no account of how many syringes they collected in exchange. There are just millions of unaccounted syringes on the streets, parks, and in the community. So they're expecting to distribute 20,000 syringes in Placer County, and their estimate to collect 200,000 syringes is not supported by any evidence of past practices. In fact, when they do record their collection, they record it in pounds, not by units. Therefore, as the chief of police for the city of Lincoln, just my fundamental stance on this is by giving free needles to IV drug users, this SSP is going to encourage and promote the use of addicting drugs and lower the barriers to continue their use. It'll also increase drug use acceptance, leading to higher drug abuse rates. And this is the opposite goal of what we as law enforcement professionals, local government, nonprofits, and schools have worked on for decades to decrease. And by taking steps to lessen the stigma of IV drug use and encouraging illegal drug use through implementing an SSP, we're actively working against all of our best efforts to reduce these deaths. and reduce the problem surrounding homelessness and actively undermining the anti-drug and educational program aimed towards our residents and citizens. So prohibiting this, in my opinion, would be advocating for the safety of Lincoln's residents and our neighborhoods at large. And just a couple little more stats per the National Institute on Drug Abuse in October 21 published a stat, 3.3% of Californians have an illicit drug use disorder. That's not necessarily syringe users, but that is an illicit drug use disorder. Allowing this SSP to service 3.3% on average of Californians would potentially negatively impact the remaining 96.7%. Drug use is going to negatively impact our neighborhoods, and they're just going to be a continuous draw on resources. Bottom line is there are current mechanisms in place for people to get these. We accept that it is legal for them to possess them, but I am staunchly opposed to allowing an entity to go into our creeks and our communities to hand these out to the individuals.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Anything more, Sean?
No, so we're just seeking a little direction as to whether we need to jumpstart an urgency ordinance or any other way you'd like us to move on this.
All right. Let's work our way through.
Well, so I'm definitely in favor of an emergency ordinance. In fact, I thought that's what we were doing tonight until I saw the agenda. It was just a discussion, because what we were also told is that state legislation is working to push this through. So that's why we need to do it for ourselves. So I agree with you. I agree with Chief. We absolutely need to create it.
So I can get an urgency ordinance on a special meeting relatively quickly. The best practice, so an urgency ordinance is only in effect for 30 days, and then you have to go back in and take another look at it and extend it, and then take another look at it and extend it and make certain findings. So what best practices are is that we can quickly turn around an urgency ordinance, but then I can prepare a regular ordinance that would go on the next regular meeting agenda, so that you have that overlap in the first read and the second read. And so this, because of the way they're going to end up leapfrogging over each other with deadlines, you'll probably be seeing this on your agendas for the next couple months, because we'll have to renew the urgency ordinance because the second read won't have happened yet, and it won't have finished the 60 days to become effective.
That's fine. And by the way, Loomis also passed one tonight. Yeah. But yes, thank you. Please do that. That's my opinion.
I agree 100%.
My initial reaction was to back off and not have a knee-jerk reaction. I don't like that. Too much legislation is written that way with totally unintended consequences. What I did is read through their application. It scared the hell out of me. Okay? Very clearly, they are not really interested in taking any needle back. You can get them back by taking it to one of their brick and mortar places. They have no intention of a one-to-one, but trying to keep it even. And they're just, it's a pro narcotic, pro drug answer and everything, couched in health terms. So I don't know whether it needs to be, I wasn't okay with marijuana trucks coming in. I mean, I was needle trucks coming in.
You're consistent.
I'm consistent.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very much there as well. I'll just, what was that? I think Chief is spot on with his comments and observations. What I will say is I think anybody who has interacted with somebody with addiction issues learns eventually that enabling that behavior isn't helping them, and it isn't helping you. It isn't helping the community. This would be an enabling behavior. The other side of it that I have a great problem with is if we were to allow this, or simply not take a position on this, we have laws against this type of behavior and to somehow either look the other way or endorse that illegal activity puts our law enforcement folks in great conflict. And I try to avoid that at all costs. So I'm right there with the rest of the council. And Christine, I think your plan is good. If we can get this on a special meeting, an urgency ordinance approved. If we didn't address the question of a letter, is that something we want to do as well? Authorize me
Yeah,
to
I'm
sign a
good
letter
with
on
that.
behalf of
I'm good with that.
the council?
Yeah.
Do we need to, want to send that out for everybody to review first? Or just want to authorize me to sign it? and staff to
I
draft
give
it?
you authorized. I'm sure it'll be great. Just sign it and send it on behalf of all of us.
Good with that, Bill? Okay. All right, I think you've got your direction.
Thank you.
Actually, any member of the public wish to comment on that before we finish up? Yeah.
Once again, Byron Chapman, 12 Bridges area, mayor, council members. I too have seen people that over the lifetime I've been on this planet. And unfortunately, there's no easy way in order to deal with this. I would love to say it's only been around for a couple of 100 years, but it isn't. It's been around for a long time and people have just gotten better at it. I try to look at it from a standpoint of no matter which way you go, sometimes everything you say that's good about it, somebody else is going to see what was bad about it. But I do believe the hard figures probably show the more needles you give out, the more needles you have out. There's no guarantee that you get those needles back. So essentially, we're kind of helping the pool of availability. Granted, if you don't do that, you are, without question, the numbers speak for themselves, is that you are going to have more spread of disease, you're going to have more deaths. That's just the way that wagon moves. So from the standpoint of being in line, are you truly, as you pointed out, helping the individual or the society or the group of people that are in that particular little cubbyhole? If you make it easier to get, you're just sustaining what it is we're trying not to do to begin with. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Byron. Anyone else? No one online? All right. We'll move on to city managers' reports.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just three very quick things. One is, as was mentioned tonight, tomorrow night is a pretty big agenda with Placer County LAFCO, which is held up at the Domes in Auburn, for those who'd like to attend, and it will be on Village 5. Number of council members, city staff will be present. I, as the city is the applicant, will be presenting a short presentation after LAFCO executive director's report. And so I'd encourage everybody to attend. Two is this Thursday, one moment, I'm just pulling it up, at I believe it's 11 o'clock. There's the sculpture dedication in the plaza. And so I think council's been invited to that, but it's certainly anybody from the public, if you'd like to come down. This gentleman donated and for free this really neat piece of art. So we're dedicating it. And I'm not going to speak too much on it because Councilmember Lortzen may have more detail he wants to share, but we are very close to having a meeting scheduled with the Titan committee and some command staff, the commander actually of the area of the Army Corps that serves the greater Sacramento region, the big boss. And looking forward to meeting with him to learning a little bit more about their actual plans for remediation of the site.
So Sean, I have a virtual GSEC board meeting 9 to 11. So it's possible that I'm not able to get there or get there late. Please make my apologies if that happens.
Talking about the dedication?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not, I have to work. I can't be there either. So and you can't be there either, right? Yeah.
Okay, well, I will be there and whoever else can come is great and I'll bring some more
Hopefully
people with me.
Bill
So
can
there's lots of.
All
represent
right.
the council. That'd be great.
All
Yes.
right, so that's all you've got for tonight, Sean?
Yes, sir.
Okay, council initiated business. Anyone have any council initiated business tonight? Hearing none, council committee reports. You got something? All right,
I have 3 public or 3 committee reports. And I'll do them next time.
all right, that's fair enough.
You know, I would have said you cut into my drinking,
Oh,
cutting into my sleeping time.
sleeping time, yeah. All right, so we will remind you, by the way, this is not a way to get out of your reports. You're gonna be reporting on the PCWA, so that'll wait. I did attend the SACOG Transportation Committee meeting. There was nothing on that agenda that directly affected Lincoln. And,
No, but I'll have some next time.
okay,
I don't have anything either.
All right.
Might have some next.
got it. All right, information items. Anyone have any information items?
There is, Sean talked about senior health fairs. There is a children's health fair on the 24th of September being held at Glen Edwards Middle School, supported by Kiwanis, Rotary, and the city. City's gonna have a booth there too. But they do the same thing for children that Sean was talking about for seniors. So we're just missing the middle of the population. So, but both Councilmember Andrew Allen and I did the booth last year, and it was a good experience.
All right. Any other information items before I adjourn? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all for sticking with us.